Good morning, everyone. We are live from Council Chambers, and before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and Council will take direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation, and please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
She's not here. She said she's not able to make it this morning.
Oh, Councillor Principe is unable to make it. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. Councillor Hamilton, can you move the adoption of the agenda, please?
Yes, I will move adoption of the agenda for the public hearing on November 12th. I'll move that it be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? I see none, and I will go through the explanation of public hearing as well as the chair's expectations about behavior in chamber. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations of the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or at public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. and I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now, explanation of public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who register to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there is a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, please, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time to hear from your panel. With that, I will go to clerk to please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.1, bylaw 20983, to allow for a range of small-scale housing, the uplands?
We have in favor Christine Lee to answer questions only from Qualico.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. No one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.2, bylaw 20988, to allow for large-scale mixed-use development, Clairview Town Centre?
We have in favor Kyle Miller to answer questions only. Sheffer Andrew, in person or remote? Oh, there you are. Thank you so much. No one is in opposition.
Items 3.3 and 3.4 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20762 to amend the Griesbach Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or bylaw 20763 to support the preservation of the Griesbach Physical Training Building and allow for a variety of commercial businesses, Griesbach?
Okay. In favor, we have Jeff Booth from Situate Inc. joining remotely. Jeff, you there?
Good morning.
Thank you. And Croy Johnston, Belgian Development, joining remotely.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us. And we have one person in opposition, Luke Deniger. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.5, bylaw 20987, to allow for medium-scale housing, Prince Charles?
In favor, we have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from Innes in person. There you are. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have one member of public in opposition, Sinclair Slusaric in person or remote. Sinclair Slusaric. Nope. Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.6, bylaw 20986, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Bonnie Doon?
We have in favor Jeff Booth, Situate Inc., joining remotely.
Good morning.
Jeff. and Adil Hassan to answer questions only, Hasco Development.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. And we have two members of public signed in opposition, Daniel Hess in person. Thank you, and Richard Hess in person. Thank you so much for joining us.
And is there anyone here to speak to item 3.7, bylaw 20812, omnibus text amendments to zoning bylaw 20001, quarter 4, 2024?
No one is in favor and no one is in opposition. Okay, selections, colleagues. Here you go. Councillor Salvador,
3.6, please.
3.6. Councillor Rutherford,
Yeah, 3.3/3.4 and 3.5, please.
and 3.5.
Yes, please.
Okay. I see no other selections, and I'll go to Councillor Cartmel to move the balance.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.7.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for 3 votes.
In favor.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans and Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of item 3.1, 3.2, and 3.7.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.7.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.7.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Rice. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of item of bylaw 20983, bylaw 20988, and bylaw 20812.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
Yeah.
I'm yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are on to items 3.3 and 3.4, bylaw 20762 to amend the Grease Spa Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, and bylaw 20763 to support the preservation of Grease Spa physical training building and allow for a variety of commercial businesses, Grease Spa. Okay, we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning.
This application proposes to rezone a 1.4 hectare site in the neighborhood of Griesbach to allow for the adaptive reuse of the historic Griesbach Barracks physical training building. The application proposes a change from the Griesbach Row Housing, or GRH zone, to the General Commercial, or CG zone. This application also includes a proposed amendment to the Griesbach Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or NASP, to facilitate the proposed rezoning. Next slide, please. The Griesbach Barracks Physical Training Building was completed in 1958 and is valued for its transitional development between Ordnance Depot, the Griesbach Barracks, and later the Canadian Forces Base on this site. It also is valued for its association with the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry Regiment and for its international architectural style. The building is the last surviving building associated with the 20th century military base in the now developing Griesbach neighborhood. Much of the original fabric of the building remains intact. While some of the rooms have had interior renovations, the interior commons area and the exterior of the building have largely been unaltered. Next slide, please. This site is located near the center of the Griesbach neighborhood along Sir Arthur Currie Way Northwest. The site is surrounded on three sides by low-density residential. To the northeast is a stormwater pond, the pathways that lead to Griesbach Central Park, and to the west is a future park and a proposed K-9 school. Bus service is available near the site along Sir Arthur Currie Way Northwest and Castle Downs Road Northwest. Several shared pathways and bike routes are also available near the site. Next slide, please. In addition to the outreach done by the applicant, administration reached out using 2 mailed notices, site signage, information on the city's webpage, an Engaged Edmonton webpage, as well as one-on-one communication with residents. Since March 2023, administration has heard from 75 people, with approximately 8% in support and 88 in opposition. The concerns included the following: increased road congestion and reduced safety along these roads, negative impacts to the neighborhood's sense of place and character, proposed height being too tall and out of scale with the surrounding area for the residential multi-unit building. Commercial uses aren't needed at this site, and concerns about increased nuisances like noise in the area. Next slide, please. Some of the key differences between the GRH zone and the CG zone include a shift from residential to commercial uses, an increase in the maximum height from 12 meters to 16 meters, with hotels being taller as permitted, the removal of the max site coverage of 55%, placing it with a max FAR of 2 to 3.5, reduced setbacks along the east and the south alleys abutting the site. It is worth noting that the proposed CG zone continues to allow for the residential, but that these uses must now be above the ground floor. Next slide, please. The amendment to the Griesbach NASP proposes to change the site's land use classification from medium-density residential with potential recreation uses to the local commercial classification. This land use designation differs from the neighborhood's village center, which is planned as a mixed-use area, offering a wide variety of goods and services for the surrounding area. Instead, this local commercial classification is anticipated for shorter building heights and more neighborhood-tailored commercial uses. Administrative amendments to the Griesbach NASP are also proposed to strengthen policy language around the protection of the physical training center building. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the City Plan's intention 5.2.1 to promote Edmonton's history and encourage a sense of local identity by preserving and enhancing heritage sites, like the physical training center building. Additionally, it supports the city plan by introducing new opportunities for community and commercial uses within a short walk, bike ride, or transit from their homes. The neighborhood falls within the Northwest District Plan, where it is identified within urban mix area. This location can be characterized as a developing local node, centered on the future school and park to the west. Introducing the opportunity for commercial and recreational uses at the subject site will further contribute to the neighborhood destination. Additionally, the rezoning conforms to District Policy 2.5.2.6, where additional scale may be considered. The site meets 2 criteria. It is both along a collector roadway and is adjacent to a park or open space. Next slide, please. Administration recommends supporting the application because it contributes to the creation of a local node, contributes to the orderly and sequential development of the neighborhood, and supports additional land use on a site with an identified and significant heritage building. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we will go to the applicant and folks in favor. Would Jeff Booth and Corey Johnston like to make a presentation?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
Just waiting for my slides to come up. Oh, can we start with my presentation, actually? So these slides are for Mr. Johnston's presentation. Can we start with the ones for mine? Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'm here to speak about our client Beljan Development's application to rezone their site in Griesba from Griesba row housing to general commercial. Our aim is to adaptively reuse the historic Griesba Barracks physical training building, preserving its historical significance while creating a commercial and community hub that benefits the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Situate submitted this application in February of 2023. In March 2023, we sent 98 notification letters to surrounding properties to gather preliminary feedback on the proposed rezoning. We also placed custom signage on site to direct people to our project webpage, which provided additional information and access to a survey. The online survey received 30 responses. The feedback revealed a strong interest in commercial amenities that could serve daily needs. Top responses included a grocery store, bakery, and cafe, with some residents also expressing interest in restaurants and a neighborhood pub. However, some respondents expressed concerns about the proposed height of the new residential building that we had originally proposed. Based on this feedback, we made substantial changes to the proposal, which I'll discuss later in my presentation. We sent letters to the surrounding neighbors again in August of this year to inform them of the change to the application, but didn't hear back from anyone. Next slide. The site is a well-known landmark within Griesba, located on Sir Arthur Currie Way, a collector road with nearby bus service, bike paths, and walkable access to amenities. The surrounding area consists primarily of low-density residential developments with a future school planned to the west and Griesba Central Park about 275 meters away. The Griesba Barracks Physical Training Building is central to this proposal. As it currently stands vacant, this project offers an opportunity to bring this historic building back to life as a vibrant community-centered space. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with city plan, particularly with the city's goal to create a community of communities. This policy encourages development in community nodes, facilitating walkable access to amenities and services. By preserving and repurposing this historic building for commercial use, the proposal will contribute to the creation of a local node in Griesba. Additionally, the city plan emphasizes preserving Edmonton's unique history as a way to foster a sense of place and belonging. Retaining and repurposing this building is a tangible expression of this commitment, promoting both community identity and historical awareness. Next slide, please. The Griesba neighborhood is part of the Northwest District Plan. While not on a major corridor, this location meets the criteria for a local node, making it ideal for a community-serving development. The proposed CG zone aligns with the district policy for local nodes, where development of up to 4 stories is encouraged. Similarly, the Griesba neighborhood area structure plan supports development of up to 4 stories on the subject site and encourages the retention of the existing building. We are proposing amendments to the plan to strengthen the policies pertaining to the existing building. Next slide, please. A key strength of this site is its transit accessibility. It's located just 100 meters from bus stops along Sir Arthur Currie Way, with bus service that connects to major roads in nearby areas. Furthermore, there are 2 LRT stations planned at 145th Avenue and 137th Avenue, approximately 450 and 650 meters away. The site also connects to a nearby multi-use pathway network around Maple Leaf Pond, enhancing access for those using active transportation modes. Therefore, the proposal aligns with the city's goals to reduce car dependency and encourage sustainable, accessible transportation options. Next slide. The rezoning application for this site has gone through significant changes. When we first submitted it, we proposed a direct control zone with plans for a new 6-story residential building alongside the existing building. Community feedback indicated that a 6-story structure was too tall and out of character with the area. Many residents were concerned about density and the impact on neighborhood aesthetics. In response, we revised the proposal by removing the residential component entirely and focusing solely on commercial uses within the existing historic building. It's important to note that the city's Engaged Edmonton page was done before we made this change to the application. Next slide, please. To summarize, our rezoning application aligns with the City Plan and Northwest District Plan, addressing policy goals of creating walkable, community-serving nodes and preserving Edmonton's historical assets. We respectfully ask for your support in approving this rezoning application. Thank you, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And next we will go to Croy Johnston.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. My name is Croy Johnston from Belgian Development, the developer for the site being considered for the rezoning today. Thank you for taking your time to hear my presentation and considering this application. To give you a bit of background on Belgen, we're an Edmonton-based real estate developer dedicated to enhancing the city's urban landscape through architecturally significant projects that respect and integrate into the existing communities. The team at Belgen shares a deep passion for Edmonton and urban community development, and we believe that a better Edmonton involves connecting people, homes, and businesses into a lively social and walkable communities. Belgen specializes in infill development and the adaptive reuse of underutilized buildings, focusing on neighborhoods poised for transformation. By combining expertise with imagination and creativity, we strive to deliver projects that breathe new life into these areas. Next slide, please. So we believe that this site in the community of Griesbaugh is a perfect spot for our project, as it's located close to transit and amazing amenities. The site is close to bus stops on Sir Arthur Currie Way, Pegasus Boulevard, and Castle Downs Road, and is near 2 future LRT stations, which will provide Edmontonians with easy access to the site. This site is located near the center of the neighborhood and has easy access to schools and parks, and will provide commercial services to over 6,000 residents of Griesbaugh. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see some of Belgen's past projects, which I'm sure you guys are all aware of. With Oliver Exchange, we transformed the West End Telephone Exchange building into a unique, intimate retail building in the heart of Winnequetuin. Sorry about that. The redeveloped building quickly became a community and city node that we are proud of. Another project we're proud of is Crawford Block, which was originally constructed in 1912 and served as the home of Strathcona Furniture. We undertook a massive redevelopment of the site in which we reinstated the original building and built a new 5-story addition, creating roughly 50 apartments. As we develop new projects, we continue to bring the same level of care and attention to them, and we plan to do the same with Griesbaugh, in which we look to turn a vacant building into a vibrant community hub. Next slide, please. The existing buildings. So the Griesbaugh Barracks Physical Training Building was constructed in the 1950s and holds significant historical value. It's a rare example of mid-20th century international architecture in Edmonton, and it's the last surviving institutional building in the Griesbaugh Barracks era. The building is associated with Canada's military history, as it once housed the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry Regiment. This regiment had a notable presence in both World Wars and moved to Griesbaugh in 1957. Later, the building was used by the Edmonton Police Service as a cadet training center. We listed the building on the City of Edmonton's inventory of historic resources in 2023. As part of this project, we plan to seek formal designation as a municipal historic resource, ensuring the building's preservation for future generations. We believe that retaining and repurposing this historic structure adds a unique identity to the Greaseball neighborhood, creating a point of pride and connection to Edmonton's past. The project is more than just a commercial development, it's a stewardship of Edmonton's history. Next slide, please. We're also excited to be part of the next era of city building in Edmonton. The goals set out in City Plan are providing opportunities to create 50-minute communities where people who live in great neighborhoods like Greaseball can easily access their daily needs. We want to be part of that process and provide commercial amenities in a unique and historic building. Next slide, please. So this is the end of my presentation, and I'd just like to say thank you and happy to be here and to speak about this project. I'm hopeful that with your support, we can create something great on the site in Greaseball and that provides services for the community and helps implement the city plan's goal. So if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you so much for your presentations. Now we will go to questions from council colleagues. And Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation today. I do have several questions for both the applicant and eventually administration. I guess one of the things I'm struggling with is the sequencing. So if the intent was to designate it as a historical resource, and we're hearing in the report, and I know it is a very important historical resource, why didn't you seek that designation before coming for rezoning? Because even the way it's written in the report is sort of saying that it's contingent on the rezoning happening to do that designation.
So the designation process is pretty complex. You really have to nail down a lot of the interior details and the pricing and things like that. So it's less risk for Beljan to get the rezoning actually approved first so that they know that they're going to be able to convert this building before they go through that process. I'll let Mr. Johnston add anything that he might have to say.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, Jeff kind of hit it nail on the head. I think it's just at a point we have to really finalize some of the details of where the project is going to come and everything, and working with the City of Edmonton on the specific like what is historically designated and what is not historically designated. And that process it takes quite a while. And I think that we're just in a position to rezone it first and then do the designation thereafter. But as you know, and like we said in our presentations, we did take the opportunity to put it on the list and kind of go through that and put money into it. Where we worked with a historical consultant to go through all those items, as well as with the City of Edmonton of just defining what it is. It's just taking on to the next step of fully designating it through City Council.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate where you're coming from and your perspective of risk, but the way I read the report is that the standard zone affords no assurances of preservation of that. So how do I square that? Because you're getting less risk, but the city and me, quite frankly, as a city councillor and for the residents that I represent, are taking on more risk of losing this.
No, that's fair enough, Councillor Rutherford. I'll be frank that the current how we purchased the site. I mean, it's been rezoned, or it has a zone for row housing, and I think the anticipation was that building would be completely demolished as it stands today, or as it standed previously. But obviously, when Beljan purchased the building, or when we acquired the building, and just our ethos as a company has always been to maintain and seek designation for these buildings, and I'll let our reputation speak to itself. But yeah, you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the conventional zone doesn't, but we took the opportunity and we purchased this site and went in for listing the building. And then like we said, we plan on designating the building in the future. So what it was previously is that I think if any other purchaser would have bought it, it would have been demolished or not looked at. But we took that opportunity to go the extra step of listing it, and then thereafter, obviously, we're going through the process of designation.
Okay, thank you. And then another question I have, maybe to situate, when you sent out that notification in August with the new rezoning, what was the scale of the distribution of that? And B, what did it specifically say?
We sent it to the same people that we had sent it to, that we had sent the original notice to, so 98 different properties within 120 meters of the site. And it was just a postcard that said, we've made some changes to our application and directed people to the project webpage to get more information explaining what exactly was changing about the proposal.
What did the project website say that
It
would
said
allow?
that
Did the project website say that it would allow a hotel up to 9 stories? Was it explicit?
No, it didn't say that, but there was a link. There is a link to the CG zone text. So if people clicked on that, then they could see that that would be allowed. But the intention has never been to construct any kind of hotel on the site.
I need another round, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please? Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, you're going to take the chair, actually. Sorry.
I was just going to say,
Yeah, Councillor
Yeah,
Rutherford.
I have the chair.
Thank you. So no intent to build a hotel, even though hotel will be permitted use, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you speak to on the designation? Currently, it is on the list to be designated, right?
Right. It's on the inventory of historic resources. So that doesn't provide any legal protection for the building. But if the building were to be demolished, that would come before council and you would be informed of it. And it would not be great for Belgen's reputation if they were to go back on their intention and do that.
I know Belgium has a very good reputation in preserving old historical buildings. So really appreciate that commitment to the city. But I think community would also like to have some assurance on this, right? So how much time does it take from being on the list to be designated and actually being designated?
I'll let Mr. Johnston speak to that.
Yeah, so I mean, the listing process, I mean, from what I remember for this specific project, I think it is about a 2 month to 3 month process, and then going on to the further designation. So we so everyone knows is that we have been working with the city of Edmonton and specifically the historical team on just defining what the elements are to be designated. And so once and where we're at now, so we basically designated that we're looking at the items that will be designated in that bylaw. And then thereafter, we just have to provide pricing and all of the backup items for the designation. From there, the application is made where it then goes into a 120-day notice period. And then after that 120-day notice period, it then goes to city council for review, and basically where they council and everyone here would vote on it if it was to be designated or not. That process is quite so it's the 120-day notice period, 4 months. I'd say it's about a 6 month 6 month period.
Oh, I see. Okay, so total process. And when did you made the application to be on the list to be designated?
I can't remember the exact date, but I believe it was the spring of 2023.
Okay. So
yeah.
Spring of 2023 to here we are in end of 2024, and there has not been much movement on taking all those steps of identifying which areas and the cost, and then going through the notice period of 120 days, like why, just want to understand, like why would that process not be started kind of parallel to or advance of the application? I know there's a risk, but how much does it cost to actually get the designation?
How much does it cost? Or
First is
what was your
why this is such a huge lag time from being on the list and where we are today?
Yeah, no, great question. And just to be transparent and honest, I mean, we went through some difficulties through the purchasing agreement, and that's why we basically are at this point and why it's taken a long time. It's kind of went through different iterations from what it was to be and what it could be, and yeah, we just through working with the vendor. There was just some complications that we ran into, and that's really we didn't know how it was the outcome was gonna be, and that's why nothing was really started in stone, or why we didn't start on that official process, because we didn't know if we would have a project here. But it was a project that we really wanted to work on, and we did try hard, and we're at that point. And it's just basically going through the rezoning and then designating it there afterwards. And in terms of cost, it's more of a timing thing, to be honest. Okay. It's just, yeah. I mean, obviously Belgen spends time on working with the city of Edmonton, defining those elements, as well as working with the general contractor to define what the costs are of rehabilitating and maintaining the listed items. So definitely work goes into it, but it's just more of a timing thing more than anything.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll move the second round.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Second.
Please vote for a second round. Sorry, I clicked off too soon.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried, and I return the chair.
Thank you. Your next, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I guess, and this could be either to Beljan or Situate. If you had gone down the DC1 application route, what triggered the decision to go to a more general zone? So I understand you're no longer intend to do the residential, though residential is still an allowable use within this zone. But this general zone opens up a lot of permissions, and as you know, we've been here many times before, we have to consider the highest use allowable in those zones, and is that appropriate, not the intent of the applicant. So I'm just trying to get a sense of why, knowing that height, for example, was such a big concern from the community.
So there's a couple of factors.
Yeah.
First, we removed the residential component of the plan. Second, the new zoning bylaw opened up the opportunity to use a standard zone. The original plan for the development wouldn't have conformed to any of the old standard zones. But then removing the residential component and having new zones, we were able to fit what we're trying to do into one of those zones.
Okay, because the other thing, did the direct control zone that you were applying for, I guess it doesn't even matter, the current zone that is there right now creates a max site coverage of between 35 to 55. And the other concern I have is this general zone removes any maximum site coverage. Did you want to speak to that before? I'll ask questions of that to administration, but.
Sure.
Like in terms of your intent?
The only standard zones that have maximum site coverage are the low density residential zones. So we've changed our plans here to do a commercial development, and none of the commercial zones or the higher density residential zones in the zoning bylaw have maximum site coverage.
Okay. Can you send me, or actually, because we're in public hearing, send the city clerk a copy of the postcard, a PDF of the postcard that was sent to residents within 120 meters?
Sure, right now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I'm just going to make sure I don't have any other questions for the applicant. I think that's all my questions to the applicant at this time. Thank you.
Thank
you.
you so much,
Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford. Now we will go,
Sorry. I know I said that, but I had one written down here. I
Go ahead.
apologize.
Yeah, you still had 2 minutes left.
So
right?
just back to the historical designation one. So you talked about the timing, but then again, I'm struggling with the sequencing because wouldn't that timing issue still be an issue around construction? So if you're only starting the designation process now, like what does that sequencing look like with construction?
So one of the major things for the designation is you have to nail down those interior details and get costing for everything. And those costs can change a lot between when you designate and then if you rezone later on and then get started on everything later. I'll let Mr. Johnston speak more to that.
Yeah. So in terms of sequencing, we definitely want to get that designation nailed down as soon as possible, and it is our intent to get that done within the next month or so, or in the early new year. And basically, like Jeff alluded to, was that these costs and what we've seen in the future or in the past, is that when we designate these buildings, we submit costs, and there's obviously costs that change kind of throughout that process. If that be like from the start of the project to then when we actually start the project. So in terms of sequencing, we definitely want to get that designation application in by, we're hoping by December, and then January. Then it would go through that 120-day notification period. Then it would be brought to City Council. At that time, if all the items are approved and we're working with the heritage team, you can start on construction, but we'll really work around. You can kind of work around. You can kind of cater your construction to work around those elements, or work with the city team to get it included or approved, and then go from there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, that concludes the questions to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will go to Luke Denninger. Please come down. Either you can come to the podium, or you can grab a chair on the side there. Whichever your preference. There might be questions from council members to you after your presentation, so if you feel comfortable sitting down, that's entirely up to you. Please go ahead. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good morning. My name is Luke Denninger. I'm a resident of Griesbach, and I'm also a registered landscape architect in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Quebec. I've been involved in land development, community building, urban design for over 22 years. The last 16 years in Edmonton. I have personal interest in seeing the best for Griesbach, as I've designed the Airborne Memorial Cairn in Promberger Park. And I was also part of the design team for Griesbach Central Park, and also the recently completed Maple Leaf Pond. Now, as a resident and design professional, I'm opposed to the rezoning and also to the bylaw amendment for the following reasons. When this first came out, the first community engagement that proposed a 6-story building along with commercial was overwhelmingly rejected by the population, over 85%. It was never intended to be a commercial node to begin with, and I do believe that's why my neighbors and the community at large in Griesbach decided not to go with it. Sorry. I'm actually surprised that city administration approves the rezoning. And I'll just read a couple of the reasons for supporting. Is it contributes to the creation of local node, and based on the engagement that we've had previously, a local node is not desired. And the Neighborhoods Area Structure Plan and the NSP provide walkable amenities within a 15-minute walk. For example, within a 10-minute walk, there is Greaseball Village, a commercial site, corner of 97th Street and 137th Avenue. Half the storefronts have been empty for over 2 years. 2 streets down from the proposed site, there's the mixed-use project, 49th Battalion, which has very large 6-story apartment buildings, also about 24 storefronts. It's about 75% complete, about 24 storefronts that are being built, and it looks like there's also going to be 2nd and 3rd story office buildings. That is a commercial node in itself, as well as the village. I have some questions, and I also have some issues, especially regarding the designation of the building, the existing building, as a historical building. I mean, with all due respect to the developer and to the consultant, it's an old gymnasium. Prior to being a landscape architect, I was a member of Canadian Forces. I spent time in Greasebah in early 1990s. And even at that time, there was some discussion about the amount of asbestos in the buildings on the base, including PMQs. As a matter of fact, if you go to Greasebah now, you will notice that there's a major environmental asbestos removal operation going on in the old PMQs. So having said that, when I see the application details, where the applicant basically has put the City of Edmonton historic resources, but it's not formally designated as a municipal historic resource, and they indicate that they're going to put in a designation if the council approves this amendment, this rezoning application, and also an amendment to the bylaw. But there's another thing also that is in the report that I find quite disturbing. It's that the standard zoning conveys no assurance of the physical training building, but we will be protected for future designations. And also, if they need to demolish it, they would come to council. Again, it just doesn't make sense to me why this should be designated as a historical building. I've provided the translation for the interpretive signage, for the French translation interpretive signage throughout Greasebah. The interpretive signage and the plaques that are almost at every single street corner provide history of the Greasebah barracks, as well as the PPCLI, residents in Greasebah, and a whole bunch of historical facts, a lot more than just an old gymnasium brick building. I find the designation that the building is representative of the international mid-century modernist style a bit exaggerated, actually quite exaggerated. And for that, I think the intent of the developer is basically to have carte blanche from City Council and from City Administration to build whatever they want, including a 4-story building.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see if there are questions to you from council colleagues. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I really picked up on what you said about I know that the focus has been on the height of the 6 feet, and 6 stories, sorry. And I know there's major community pushback for that. But you mentioned in your presentation that it was, the community also had concerns that it was never intended to be commercial or a local node. But then when Belgian sent out another notification, which I've asked for a copy of for this public hearing, they didn't receive any responses. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that. Because I have hesitation about, with all the amount of commercial that is also already in the community on all 4 corners, and what this actually allows with now having a local node and our district policy, what that will actually allow for development beyond that site.
To be honest, I live on like within the 120 meter on Hampton Gray Avenue, I have never received that second, and I have a very, big interest in this, and I do not recall receiving that second notification by mail.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. And you heard me asking questions about the hotel. So again, even if their intention isn't to do a hotel, we have to consider that because it is and there is a lot of uses that are now allowed in this general use. What do you, knowing yourself and some of the conversations with your neighbors, what would, if they were aware that this included the ability to do a 9-story hotel, what do you think people in the neighborhood would say?
They would probably have the same answer as they have for the first proposition where it was a 6-story apartment building. They would probably reject it outright.
Yeah.
For that, I am certain that any commercial use.
Okay, appreciate it. I don't have any further questions at this time, but I really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sophie, and thanks for being here. Just one last question I wanted to ask, because I don't know if you were going to cover this at the end, maybe, is that, so I've heard sort of the concerns of what's being proposed. I wanted to get a sense of, so today it's zoned as row housing. Do you have any problem with that? Like, I wanted to just know, like, what do you support on that site? Because
I support the original ASP, which is row housing, up to 4 stories. If I may, I'll be honest, I've been in this business long enough and worked with private clients, architects, planners, civil engineers, to know that what goes behind a neighborhood developer, an NDR, ASP, NASP, is the best intent of the community. To make new communities walkable, viable, improve the quality of life, and that's what, this is all about. I'm not sure why bother doing these if these are going to be basically discarded with any and every new rezoning applications. I mean, I've seen this in the past where rezoning applications were rare or not that common. Now it's basically common practice to basically, we're going to go in and put in a rezoning application, and unfortunately a lot of times it's rubber stamped by municipal authorities. I'll be honest, in my experience, that's what I've seen. And this, to me, is exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, so just to close the loop again, you're good with what was currently in the planning in terms of built form, in terms of height, in terms of all of those factors? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. That concludes the questions to you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, of course. We appreciate hearing from you. Now we'll go to questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I have several lines of questioning today. I'm sure you got an insight into that. So in the report, let's just focus on the historical preservation for a section and the fact that it's not a designation. What does the there's text amendments to the neighborhood area structure plan. What protections do those afford, if any?
There's no additional legal protections that are being provided in this. This is information that can be referenced if there's any future subdivisions, pieces like that. To be clear, they could demolish these. There would be a notice that's sent to council, but they do have the right to demolish this building currently and replace it with row housing as a right.
Do we get notices when it's on the inventory? I thought we only got notices when they're designated.
You get a memo if there is a building that's on the inventory that is been proposed to be demolished.
Okay, but then also the thing that it talked about in the report was inappropriate altercations, right? So this doesn't protect, so like they might not, we wouldn't get any notification if they did. I don't know what inappropriate altercations means, but that was the wording in the actual report. We wouldn't get notice of any inappropriate altercations.
I think it may have been a typo. I think it was alterations.
Yes, alterations.
Okay,
sorry,
yes.
I apologize. I'm
Apologies.
just, yeah.
Yes, but you do not receive notice
We
of
do
any
not receive
alterations.
notice, yeah. Okay, and when I went and looked at the district, the Northeast District plan, sorry, Northwest District, geez, I need more coffee. The Northwest District plan, there was actually, under map 1, there's actually 2 dots in Greasebah, but the report specifically said that there were only 2 significant historical buildings north of 137th Avenue, one in the Northeast District in Councillor Paquette's ward and one in this one. So I wanted to know what the other one was in Greasebah and if it is still in fact standing.
I'll have to get that information. I don't have that on hand.
Okay, yeah, I'd like that information, please. Because I think that's also pertinent to this conversation. We've already lost 1 of 2, and now we're putting potential risk. I need to know that. Thank you. I have 2 minutes left, okay. I'm going to go on to the questions about, is there any possibility in a general zone to limit any of the uses? We can't do that in a general zone.
That's correct, you cannot.
So if I take contention with the hotel use, my best course of action is a referral motion.
That's correct. One of the things that's considered when we're identifying the uses on a site, because the full suite of uses is permitted, but they do have to work on the site. And so given the intent to move forward with the heritage preservation, it is difficult to build on the remainder of the site. That was part of the rationale that the applicant couldn't really find a way to make the additional building work in terms of the residential. So there were a variety of reasons to move forward with that. So the same way where we approach something in terms of how many units might be constructed on a site, there's the absolute maximum that's possible in the height in the FAR, but then there's also the likeliness that that could be constructed. And so there's a lot of challenges in terms of building something of that magnitude here.
What's the hierarchy though? Because for example, the NASP, Neighborhood Area Structure Plan in Greasebah says site design is expected to integrate alongside low-density housing through sensitive design and attention to transition. So if we rezoned this today and a 9-story hotel wasn't allowable built, again, intention or not, whatever you think about or not, it's allowable in this zone. How does this influence that?
So it would
Or does it?
It would default to the regulations in the zoning bylaw.
Okay. I'll stop there. I'll come for another round.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just a few questions. So maybe just to pick up on some questions around sequencing of sort of, moving forward with rezoning first or designation first. Is there, and I think we heard some of the explanation from the applicant around their preference for sequencing. Is that a typical process? Does administration have commentary around whether it's usual for a rezoning to come first and a decision to be made there and then subsequently pursuing that designation, or vice versa?
We're certainly seeing that more often. And again, as the applicant indicated, there is a significant amount of detail, both interior and exterior, that's required for the designation itself. And so we understand that understanding what the uses are for the applicant helps them figure out which kind of tenant they require and therefore what kind of alterations may be required and whether those could fit or not. So it is certainly becoming more prevalent. And again, with a site where there is already zoning in place that permits the demolition of that building, there are limited sticks available to administration. And so working with the applicant in an attempt to move forward with that designation becomes a viable option.
Okay, I really appreciate that clarity. And then, yeah, as just mentioned, obviously under the current zoning, demolition is an option, is possible. It would also be possible under the new proposed zone. But is it administration's position that it is more likely for the building to be retained under the proposed zoning?
I would suggest it's more viable for them to retain it under the current, under the proposed rezoning. The uses just aren't in alignment with the row housing zone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I just want to circle back to the questions from Councillor Rutherford on the hotel piece, because I get like that is the tension part, because I get why it's part of this zone, and overall it makes a lot of sense. I probably would equally think that wouldn't make sense in that particular site, so that aspect of the zone. So can you walk me through what you were sort of answering? So are you suggesting if the building there is preserved, is the suggestion that they pretty much can't based off the available site area then for the remainder, or are you more making an assumption? Because I would equally make the assumption, I don't think there's a market for a hotel in that site. I don't think it makes any sense. I think anyone that would do that is probably making a very bad financial and business decision. But from an actual land use planning, what is allowed, would that still be allowed, or do you still think it can happen from a practical perspective if that building is preserved?
Again, it's physically possible, but again, when we consider the amount of parking that is typically associated with it, even that we don't require parking, applicants would tend to have associated parking with that use. And having gone through the designs for a variety of DC options for the 6-story apartment use, it's just very difficult to envision how they could maintain the uses and accesses they require to the training center while still constructing a viable option for a hotel. It is physically possible. It is.
There might be a technical way of somehow making that happen, but it's maybe not practical is what I'm hearing.
Correct, and
Okay.
especially at the 9 stories, like once you add that kind of height, there's some additional considerations.
Because then you're going to have to go down further, and with an existing heritage site, all of that. So that's where you're sort of coming from it at. Okay, that gives me a better idea of how you're tackling that. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson. We can't hear you, Councillor Stevenson. No, we are unable to hear you. Just give us a little bit of time to figure it out.
Mayor, would it be possible for us to return to Councillor Stevenson? Councillor Stevenson, I'm assuming
Yes.
you can hear us online, so if you could just listen.
While you're fixing this, I have questions. I can go to those questions. So, Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you. So, applicant has the desire to protect and designate this building, but there's no this zoning bylaw that is in front of us does not provide any legal protection. It's just a desire on the part of the applicant.
That's correct. Neither under the current zone nor under the proposed zone is
got
it
it.
protected legally.
Got it, yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, but what this application does provide is the policy direction that notes the historic significance of this site, and that we don't have that policy direction today.
And who provides that policy direction?
It's in the statutory plan, and that was negotiated with the applicant as part of this application, so they were agreeable to this. So it is another demonstration that they are moving in that direction, or that they do recognize the historic nature of this site.
Yeah. So from city's perspective, the folks who are working in the designation area, like this is an important building to be protected.
That's correct.
And we just went through Remembrance Day ceremonies. This has a rich, history related to the military, and the whole site, like Grease Bar, is just has such a phenomenal history and integral to the military in Edmonton and this facility as well. So if it is our priority to protect this building, then why would we leave it to the desire of the applicant, right? Even though, Belgium has a very reputable history as well of protecting historical buildings. So I think, why would we not ensure that the building is protected?
It's similar to many other historic buildings in the city, where it is up to the owner to bring it forward, to access grants, to do those renovations in order to protect it. And so this is seen as the best path forward for us to be able to provide those protections.
Mr. Mayor, the risk of demolition exists today, and it will also exist with this zoning. So it's the risk, Anne has provided some background in terms of the risk might be less with the proposed zone, in terms of that the CG zone offers more potential in terms of using the existing building. The existing zoning, there's no alignment, or there's very little alignment there.
Yeah.
And
So there's no tools available at the development permit stage. Like if Edmontonians decide or that this is a building that need to be protected, currently we are unable to do. So what tools are available to city administration to say, this is a building that we want to protect, whether it's currently it's not protected?
The power rests with the landowner in terms of they need to proceed with the designation process. Administration cannot persuade them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We work with them, we encourage them, but it's up to them to go through that designation process.
That seems like pretty weak.
In addition, though, there's significant value associated with the designation. There's money available that the city matches.
We incentivize, right?
Correct, yeah.
Right? But
And
not
that's
having.
the tools that we've chosen.
Yeah. Seems like a pretty weak position for a municipality to have where, if you want to preserve historical buildings, we just are at the mercy of the property owners, right? So that's kind of pretty. Is that the case with province as well, like in the feds? Like, do we have more enhanced regulations or authorities available that say, we want to protect this building, you have to protect this building?
The Municipal Government Act, as well as the Historic Resources Act, are our legislation that guides our process, and council policy as well. And we realize that our powers are limited, but our powers are in the incentivizing.
Yeah.
Council can step in and designate a property with in lieu of the landowner, but this council has never taken that step.
Mr. Mayor, it's Kim over here. I'd just add, we heard from the applicant, they're looking for some certainty on land entitlements. So this is a step for them to gain approval from council for the zone, recognizing through the neighborhood plan, there's been additional policy direction in terms of the retention of the building, and they're working through those next steps to figure out the financial aspects to inform a direct control or a heritage designation.
No, I see that, right? But still not comfortable enough. Like if this to be preserved, then what more we can do, right? So I'm out of time, and I will move. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. I think the mayor's questions got to some of what I was hoping to cover. Just that, the option in front of us today is not to designate that. If council has the ability to do that unilaterally, but it requires financial compensation to the landowner. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, there's no existing protections. The plan, the way this neighborhood was envisioned, this building had been intended to be demolished. What we have before us is a policy now encouraging that, and an applicant who's already taken the first step in getting it to be a designated historic resource. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, that's great. I did just want to, on a totally different note, the report speaks to commercial access to the alley being restricted to minimize impact. So is the expectation that access would mainly be coming off, sorry, I've just lost the road name, the Sir Arthur Currie Way?
Councillor, access to alley is still an option and doable. It is that specific statement and that discussion did happen with the applicant in premise of the fact that these alleys got constructed not that long ago. And for any commercial use, if it gets intensified, then a commercial alley is needed, which means reconstructing the entire alley that is not that old. So I think there is that balance that needs to be looked at. Given that there is direct access to collector, that was looked at as part of the transportation assessment, and there is a strong justification that they can minimize or limit the access to alley and then rely more on the access to collector.
And that, I mean, that seems, my understanding is that we typically try to keep access off the collector roads, or am I mixing that up?
No, you are correct, and that's why I said it's going to be a combination of both, rather than restricting the access, because once we close the access to collector, then the only option is to upgrade the alley.
Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I see that tension. It seems to me that the portion of alleyway to get access to the site is fairly small. It seems to be just sort of one lot deep off of Hampton Gray Avenue. So appreciating not wanting to reconstruct newer infrastructure, but also you know, the importance of having that contiguous street along Sir Currie Way. Anyway, I guess not a matter before us at the rezoning stage, and I guess something that will get decided at the development permit stage.
Yes, that will be reviewed again.
Okay, great. I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, can you move this additional round, please?
Yes, happy to move an additional round.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Karam, display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I guess a couple things. The What We Heard report in the administration's report continues to reference the DC1 application. Is it a normal procedure that you would have a switch in zone and not reopen the city website for further engagement opportunities?
The city website was updated to reflect the change in the uses. And again, we didn't have significant additional comments coming to us after the re-notification was sent.
Because it said in the report that it was only open to public comment in July of 2023.
Yes, that's correct. And again, we would...
So how do people leave other comments then?
They can still contact the planner. So similarly in how we assess an initial application, if we receive significant comments after sending out the postcard, then we would create an engaged Edmonton page or look at other options. When we re-notify, if there's no additional information coming or no additional challenges being made, especially if the changes to the application resolve some of the previously brought up concerns, which was significant in this case, then we wouldn't look to reopen the page.
Okay. Is there any way, I mean, I understand that there's a 120-day, I guess, minimum notification period. Is there any other way to expedite the designation as maybe a potential subsequent?
That's in the hands of the landowner, because attached to the bylaw, the designation bylaw, is information that supports the rehabilitation grant in terms of how that money will be spent, and that's part of the bylaw. So the applicant spoke to understanding and speaking to the historic elements of the building and the cost to rehabilitate those. That work needs to be completed before that 120 days process starts, and that 120 days is embedded within the Historic Resources Act, so we cannot change that.
Okay. And what would, I know you said we've never done it before, so if there was a subsequent to designate this from council direction, what does that look like?
I'd have to come back to you with that information because
Yeah.
it's a process we've never undergone. So I'd have to work with our colleagues in law to get that going.
Okay, and did we have an answer to my question related to the district plan map and the 2 dots in Greaseba?
We do. There is only one identified in Greaseba. The other one appears to be the Little Mountain Municipal Cemetery in Pilot Sound.
No, on the the city website that I was on just last night, the Northwest District Plan, there are 2 yellow dots on map 1 in Greaseba.
I will try again to pull it up. The one I got must have been an old one or out of date.
And I do remember that when we were reviewing the district plans, I remember seeing 2 dots on the map 1 of, so I don't know if maybe it was amended. This is why I'm wondering if like, at some point there was 2 and then that map has now been amended because 1 is no longer on the inventory. Cause I can get a screenshot and send it.
I'm just pulling it back up now, Councillor.
Okay, well, while you're looking at that, I think, I have another question. Are there any developer contributions that are contemplated as part of this development? And I'm specifically talking about any traffic calming or safety. That's another big concern that comes up from Greaseba residents and especially along Arthur Curry.
There is a potential for adding a safe crossing at Arthur Curry Collector. And that again will be reviewed with the development permit application.
How come sometimes with rezoning applications, we have more of an understanding of what the developer contributions are, and other times we don't?
Often when they come to you with rezoning, there's a corresponding subdivision, and so that plays into what information we would have. Most likely is the scenario, Councillor.
I'm just gonna need another round, I apologize.
No worries. Can you take the chair?
Yeah, I have the chair.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at slide 5. Hi. I am looking at slide 5 of the presentation. I know height changes from 12 meters to 16. Can you help me explain the maximum site coverage?
Absolutely.
Is it more coverage under CG or more coverage under GRH?
The way coverage is measured through through taller buildings versus site coverage is different. So the FAR, or floor area ratio, is what's used with commercial buildings or for larger scale buildings. And so the floor area ratio, if you consider the entire site is 1, then the multiplier, so if it was a 1 FAR, you could essentially build the full size of the site, but you still have to work within the setbacks. So it limits how tall it could be or how wide it could be, and you can essentially play within that. So the way we would look at something with a maximum FAR is the applicant can choose to either build a taller, skinnier building or a squatter, flatter building.
So let me ask, like, if they were to go to 16 meters, right, then am I understanding then the footprint will be smaller?
That would be correct.
Okay, got it, okay. But the applicant is getting more development rights under the proposed zoning than what they have now, right? Because they're getting enhanced height and commercial, which is not allowed under current zoning, right?
They're getting an additional 4 meters of height.
Yeah.
Again, unless it's a hotel, which could be additional height. And they are getting additional commercial uses at ground floor.
And maybe not in the return, but also part of that is their desire to preserve this building.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
But if the building is not preserved, then they get their enhanced development rights, but city gets nothing. Right?
That is correct.
Right. So that's my concern. I think I don't know how to deal with that. Like, I would like to see. I need to feel more comfortable about the designation. If we are going to give, I know designation is not there under the current zoning, but if that's the trade-off between new zoning, right, then I would like to feel more comfortable. That's one. Second is, as a council, we don't have the ability to amend this saying a hotel would not be allowed.
That's correct.
We can't?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a standard zone, so when you approve a standard zone, you include all of the uses that are within it. Again, there are site constraints and parameters that exist that may limit what can be done, but you are essentially approving that zone, the entire suite of uses
So we
and
have
the
no ability
regulations.
to deviate from that standard zone as a council, as an elected body that is making decisions on zonings.
That is correct.
How would that happen? Then we have, if this goes back, then applicant can exclude that on their own, or like, if a hotel needs to be excluded from this application,
Yep.
what would be the process?
So if it were the will of council, you could direct the applicant to go back, and they could come forward with a new application if they desired to. They may choose to or not to, and they could do a direct control, which essentially mimics this zone but removes the hotel use. Again, part of the reasons why we don't do that is we don't prefer to use DCs because it locks all of the other regulations in time.
Yeah, I understand that, but applicant can exclude the hotel and still bring forward CG.
Not with
No, they
CG,
would
no,
have-
it would be a
would have-
direct
they would
control,
have
yeah,
to be
with
direct
all of
control.
the challenges associated with the direct control.
Okay. I remember though council actually amending bylaws on the fly, right?
Mr. Mayor, generally those were already direct controls, and
Yeah.
then you have the ability to say, we don't want this one use and take it out.
Yeah.
That's where we've done it historically.
Okay. All right. I will move the additional round.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried.
I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Just sticking on the traffic safety concerns, and again, even before when this was proposed as a DC1 and we had the What We Heard report, we heard a lot in there about the increase of traffic, and I don't disagree. I've seen some of the traffic patterns with the commercial zones that already exist in Greaseba, and they're quite intense. Is there any direction we can give administration to ensure enhanced safety measures are put in on Arthur Curry? As a subsequent or whatever, I just am trying to get a sense of that.
As a subsequent, council could direct administration to look into further traffic calming or safety measures as you see fit. Because again, as has been talked about, the zoning being standard, there doesn't give you the opportunity in the application to do so. I guess even as I say that, in theory, you could amend it into the NSP. You could put direction into there.
Yeah, we have, because we're already amending the NSP, and we're already
NSP is
adding
before
wording.
you here. But for timing and effectiveness, it may be easier that it go in as a subsequent, just simply direction to administration to work on a matter.
I guess to Said, Mr. Said.
Councillor, from analysis perspective, if you see how the site is situated, around 70 meters east, there is a crossing already available, which provides access to transit. Now, this could be something that can be looked at in conjunction with the opening of a school site, because schools typically have that kind of crossing and enhanced traffic calming measures. So introducing it right with this site, right now we don't have a strong justification. Has Safe Mobility looked into this area? Yes, because there has been some safety measures already put in place, as you know, next to the commercial site, southeast of Greaseba. And then there is some enforcement as well happening in the northern portion of the road next to the school. So we don't have a strong justification, if you ask me, that this crossing is needed or not at this time. And that's why I alluded to have it reconfirmed at the development permit stage, looking at the intensity of the development. And then there are warrants that we typically run the recommendation through Transportation Association of Canada warrants, and Safe Mobility have their own warrants to see and whether this can be rationalized or not.
Yeah, I mean, the community would disagree with that, just putting that out there, but I'll speak to that. I think my last question is on the sequencing and sort of the, again, we're new in learning the district plans and the district policy, so I'm just trying to like understand it and use it in a pragmatic way. So the district policy is to guide rezoning, or the district plan and the district policy are to guide rezoning, subdivision, and development permit decisions. So areas with a district plan and other statutory plans. So if there's just a district plan, that leads the way. But if there is a statutory plan, that will guide rezoning, subdivision, and development permit decisions. So in the statutory plan, it doesn't have this identified as commercial.
That's correct. It's
It
row
does-
housing.
Yeah, it doesn't have it identified as a local node.
We don't typically identify local nodes.
Okay, but like without commercial is not a local node. So like we're getting semantic here. So how do I use, like, I don't understand what that means in terms of like, how should I let that guide me today?
I would suggest that one of the things about the plans, in effect, is that they are an evolution, and we have seen that through a variety of plans throughout the city. They do start off in a certain way, and we go forward with applications to amend those on an ongoing basis. We do consider the district plans when we're amending a plan, and again, we feel that this makes sense in terms of adding a local node as per the district plan when we're amending the NASP. So that's when we're allowed to go to that higher guidance when we're looking at a rezoning, is if we're opening the NASP, there's some ability to kind of draw in that newer guidance on this. And so it's a difficult trade-off. We're looking at preservation versus enhancement of the context, and we're looking at the emergence of those local nodes. Local nodes rarely start initially, but if there's enough going on in an area, that's when we would start to see those things take off. And so in this context, there was not the original designation or identification of this heritage resource, but once it was identified, with the applicant coming forward, it starts to make sense with the other uses around it to consider that a local node. And so it's, again, that natural evolution or emergence of those spaces for people that we try to consider when we're looking at those.
Okay. Thank you. So are there any additional questions to administration? At this time, I will ask if council colleagues have any questions to the administration, to folks in favor, folks in opposition, and any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I have a question to the applicant. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out, so I'm flipping between too many pages. Hearing some of the apprehension that we have today, especially around, you know, to me, there's a lot of compounding things. If it was just one item on its own, maybe there could be concessions, but I'm worried about, you know, this area not having been identified in the NASP as a commercial area. I'm concerned about the generalization of the zone and not being able to remove hotel. I'm concerned about the lack of commitment to traffic safety on Arthur Currie. I am concerned about the demolition, recognizing that you have every right to demolish it tomorrow if you wanted to, so it's not a hill I will die on. But I am contemplating a subsequent, and I just wanted your thoughts on if there was a subsequent related to a direct control, because that seems like the only viable way to get some of that certainty, what your thoughts would be on that.
Oh, Jeff, you're muted.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Obviously, we'd prefer to move forward with the standard zone today. And that will allow us to have the assurance that we can convert this building the way that we're looking to before going through that process of designation. In terms of the hotel, it just wouldn't work on this site. Even with that, when we were looking to do the 6-story building, it was really challenging to figure out how to fit that on the site while preserving the existing building. And it's not a good location for a hotel, really. I don't think that it would be financially viable. I'll let Mr. Johnston speak.
Yeah, no, like Jeff said, I think our preference is to go with the conventional zone. I mean, like you got the city council passed the new city plan and the new zoning bylaw initiative, and we as developers have taken that up and looking to utilize those types of plans, especially for sites like this. And so I think going towards a DC1 is just counterintuitive of what you guys planned for and what we're working towards. And I think that's something we want to take up, and for sites like this, sites that have heritage buildings. And one thing that I just want to bring up, and I think is the most important, is that as the site sits today and as we purchased it, the intention was to demolish the building, and we went the extra step to list it and go through the rezoning process and inherently are looking to designate it. If we were looking to demo the building, why would we list the building? I can appreciate that the steps that we've taken aren't normal or the typical way of doing things, but things have changed with the new zoning bylaw, and that's how we've kind of gone about it. So yeah, I think the conventional zone is the way that we'd like to treat this.
Within the conventional zone, if this was to be approved, what kind of parking allotment do you have planned for this site? Like, what kind of parking traffic are we talking about in a high level?
High level, yeah. So I mean, we are looking like we've talked about. We're looking at just designating the building and that be the only standalone commercial building, and so providing the correct amount of commercial parking for the commercial uses that are present. I mean, I can speak to some of the tenants that we'd like a bakery, brewery, et cetera, that are existing in the Belgium portfolio and other community neighborhoods. We've been successful with providing no parking, and we're looking at providing parking in this area, just given its nature. In terms of amounts, I can't give you an exact number, but I think, I mean, it will be around the building. And yeah, I guess what kind of information are you looking for exactly?
Scope, like, are we talking 0 to 100, 50? Like, just in general, what's the generalized sense of the intent is to provide parking? Yes or no?
Yeah, then the intent is to provide parking. I would say between 50 and 100 stalls. Yeah.
I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much. I maybe just want to circle back just so that I have clarity on I guess some of the risk that comes with designating a building, and maybe again why you're taking this approach. If you went through the process of preparing a designation, I guess maybe it's, the preservation of a historic building includes both the physical building and also the uses that continue to make it viable over time. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct, yes.
And so the risk would be that you go through the designation process, sort of receive, once it's designated, the physical form of the building is locked in and preserved. But if you don't have the supportive uses to make it a viable building, then you're kind of stuck with a building now that can't be made viable. Is that fair?
Right.
Yeah, that's, oh, sorry, Jeff. Yeah, that's correct. And I'm just going to jump in here. That's correct, and it is something, it's super important. At the end of the day, for these heritage projects to work, I mean, we have to have viable uses and individuals and businesses to take advantage of them. And that's why, I mean, we're looking for a zone that has the ability to have lots of uses, and we can utilize that. Jeff?
Yeah, so if we were to designate the building prior to the rezoning, then potentially we'd be stuck with this building and only the ability to build row housing on the site. So really, we're looking for the assurance that we can actually convert the building in the way that we're looking to before going through that laborious process of designating the building. Because requiring an applicant to go through that process and put resources into it when they have no assurance that they'll actually be able to use the building the way that they're looking to really makes preserving those buildings less appealing.
Well, and I think that gets to a really important point just in terms of, preservation of this building. Is it the path of least resistance for developing a site? Like, is it if you want to turn things around, do a commercial development really quickly, is trying to preserve a historic building the fastest way to do that?
No, it's much easier to just demolish and start from scratch.
Yeah, and sort of every barrier, every delay, I'm assuming, kind of further erodes the ease or the ability with which to maintain that building. Is that fair?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So this is to applicant or maybe to administration, whoever wants to answer this question, is that recognizing there's a lot of commercial in that area and recognizing that we are in a housing crisis, maybe this to applicant, can you not pursue designation and still do housing?
Yeah, the CG zone would allow for housing to be built in the future. It's not the current intent, but that use is allowed under the CG zone.
Okay, but why do you need commercial in order to preserve the building? Like, can you not preserve at the same time just do housing, not commercial?
Well, the building wouldn't really work for a residential conversion.
Okay.
The way that the building is laid out, it's much more amenable to commercial uses.
Okay, so there are stuck physical or logistical barriers that you can't build housing and preserve the building on the main floor, right?
It would make a lot less sense to put residential in this existing building than commercial.
Okay, so then maybe this question is to administration, recognizing there's a lot of, there are doubts, at least in my mind, that commercial may not be built because of availability of other commercial. Then are we not foregoing building housing at a time when we need actually more housing?
I would suggest that it is typical that we have doubt whether or not any particular development moves forward. There's a complex situation where there's investment, there's the need for the market. However, I would suggest that we have an applicant who feels that they are in a position to fill those spaces, or else they wouldn't be making that investment.
But don't we as elected officials have the ability to, when we know we have a crisis in our community, like we don't have a commercial development crisis in our city. We have a housing crisis in our
True.
city.
The priorities that we're currently trying to balance are the preservation of the heritage building.
Yes.
Right? And so the preservation of the heritage building is what you're competing with in terms of this would be row housing or this will be the heritage building. Those are fundamentally the pieces that we're grappling with. The commercial is the trade-off to get the preservation of the heritage building. So they could build housing currently.
I understand, and I'm conflicted on that too, right? But I'm just trying to understand the tools that are available to us, and more I realize how limited our tools are.
And perhaps I can add to the, we did verify with the Heritage Group, the other building that was in the area was the Quartermaster Building, and it was previously demolished. There is an error in the district map. So this is the last remaining heritage building in Griesbach.
Really?
And so there is some weight to that decision. We do have a housing crisis, but we also aren't creating new heritage buildings. So that is certainly a consideration.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. And I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Salhi. I recalled, and there is one commercial development happens in Alice Road with the existing commercial around already there, lots of commercial development already done on Alice Road. So my question to you is, do we have the policy and the specific say, and then for the new commercial development, we have to meet the certain distance, and then from the existing commercial areas?
No, Councillor, we don't have a specific limiting distance for one commercial versus another. What I would consider is where it's appropriate to see an emerging node. And again, this does fit those policy requirements in terms of the right pieces to start building a local node or see one emerging with this development.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But I do get the point, and from Mayor Sohi and also other councillors for the considering about already have the commercial development already exist, and right now we have the new commercial development in front of us. Do you feel like, and then from our rezoning application bylaw perspective, is this type of a policy and to provide direction is needed or does not need it? So what's your thoughts on that?
I don't believe we need any additional policy further restricting where or in what proximity the commercial needs to be from others. Again, I think we have significant policy in terms of the kinds of uses that are compatible with each other, how they transition to one another, and where they can be located within a community. And I think all of those things really come together to inform our recommendation while we're balancing the trade-offs in terms of council's priorities.
For this specific case, yes, it's trade-off there. I'm talking about based on this case, and generally speaking, so the fact is not included, is not considered, and for the limitation, the distance between the existing commercial and the new commercial development.
I feel we have more than enough direction on how to do that on an ongoing basis, not just in this particular instance, but with all of our applications. I feel that the policy in place is sufficient to inform those recommendations, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my question.
Okay. Can you move the additional round, Councillor Rice?
So moved for additional round.
Okay. Second. Okay, please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Jansen. We have all the votes.
All the votes, and that's carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I have one more question, then I am going to put a referral on the table. And this is to administration, because the speaker in opposition did talk about how there is a lot of vacancies on commercial, but I think part of that is the we've talked about it before, the restrictive covenant in that one quarter section of Griesbach. This site wouldn't be applicable to that restricted covenant, or would it still have that? Does that restricted covenant reach all of Griesbach, or where's like sort of the boundary?
Are you speaking to the grocery store?
Yeah.
Yeah, that does not reach this space.
Okay, thank you. So I, if I'm allowed, Mayor, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that bylaw 20762 and bylaw 20764 be referred back to administration to conduct additional public engagement, work with the applicant to pursue a direct control zone that removes hotel as an allowable use, specifies minimum parking, and improves traffic safety.
I'll second that. Okay, can you make the introduction?
Yeah, I really went back and forth in my head because I really like this applicant as a developer that I believe in good faith that they have every desire to do the things that they say that they're going to do. And I understand the hesitation, and I know some of my colleagues will likely not support this referral because it is a direct control, and we're trying to move away. But the reason I decided to put this on the floor was because I think about, even when I originally heard about the change from the direct control to this commercial zone, I didn't realize what was completely allowed in it, and including up to a 9-story hotel. And I get maybe the site doesn't allow it, but I think that there's a lot of engineering tricks that could make something work. And if I didn't get it from previous conversations, I can't imagine a postcard to the public allowed them to truly understand the change. I think they just thought, yay, it's no longer six stories, and we get a nice grocery store and maybe a coffee shop. And I think that people do want commercial there. I think that a lot of those things are true. The reason I also think a direct control is because, quite frankly, this is where the general zones are challenging, because while we want to move towards general zones, we still have to bring the public along with us. Griesbach has had a lot of change because of the zoning bylaw, because of what the original NASP said. We just did another NASP amendment to an entire quadrant of Griesbach. And these changes have been drastic to what they thought their community was going to be like. And that's not saying that it doesn't happen and change doesn't happen. But without these certainties, we're not bringing the community along with us. And so that's why I felt like, as the representative, it was my duty to put this referral motion on the floor, at least to debate it.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. I guess to the mover first, earlier the applicant mentioned their intention for 52-100 stalls. I guess, can you just explain your thoughts behind the minimum parking here?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two things. One is, even in the administration's report talking about, it's going to be a future mass transit. Well, I think we have to all be realistic about when the Metro line will actually get built. So I don't know if that's really a fair assessment to say that it's going to be close to mass transit, maybe in 50 years. Second of all, just from my knowledge and experience in this area, the other commercial zones currently function with a lot of high volume traffic. And in fact, I would say the Jewel of Griesbach, which has just opened a lot of coffee shops, there's like not enough parking, and I'm already getting complaints about that. So I'm just going from experience of what I've already seen in this area in terms of commercial usage and the mode that people are using to get to those commercial areas. And this is right in the heart of Griesbach. And so if we're gonna bring in more traffic into the heart of Griesbach, I want them to be able to have a place that they can go that's not on the main corridor and interfacing with blocking sight lines for kids playing across at the playground across the way. So that was my thought for it.
Okay, great, thank you. And then to administration, so correct my understanding, with our current parking minimum policy, if we put this in the DC, wouldn't this contradict that policy?
It would contradict where we're typically going with parking. We're tending towards the right amount of parking rather than requiring minimums. The other thing that a DC will do is restrict the opportunity for any variances from whatever is in there. So when the DC is created, whatever the number is, that would be the number in perpetuity until they come forward with a zoning change, which again would be an arduous process.
Okay, thank you. And then just also to administration on the traffic safety piece, I mean, we hear concerns about traffic safety with literally every single rezoning application. I guess I'm just wondering if this is the only way to address that through a DC rezoning or rezoning to a DC.
Councillor, in terms of traffic safety, that's a broad term. What does that mean? What is the problem statement? As I mentioned earlier, there are opportunities to cross this collector road 70 meters east of the subject site. Do we need another safe crossing over here? That is subject to review. And that review cannot happen until we know what this upzoning means and what is the intensity of the development.
So I guess maybe you can just explain to me then what difference in your process here would it make with having this specifically designated here? I mean, you still have to do the review.
So I'm not fully understanding the question, Councillor. Sorry for that.
No, it's okay. I mean, there's lots of tools to improve traffic safety, and it sounds like your the safe crossing folks will be doing a review regardless, right? Based on what you just said.
That's correct. Yes.
Right, and so when we specify something like this in a DC zone, like I guess what does it change?
The only change would be that it will be through DC, it will be identified in the direct control zone and be conditioned as part of the development permit regardless.
Okay, but I mean, in terms of process though, in terms of city process of putting in more measures.
I think that's where I'm unfortunately not able to convince myself or you to that if that is needed at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Councillor Tang covered my question. I'll just speak to it.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, can you take the chair, please?
Yeah, I have.
And this is to administration. Again, the dilemma that I am in, would this referral motion will give you some ability to have that conversation? For example, if the trade-off is that commercial allows us to preserve this building, and if that doesn't materialize, then wouldn't be revert back to housing?
The existing designation, the existing zoning is for townhousing.
Yeah.
The new zone does have the opportunity for residential, should that be pursued by the applicant in the future.
Yeah.
They have that ability moving forward. I wouldn't suggest that this provides us any additional ways to have that conversation. We have had those discussions with the applicant, and their intent has remained to preserve the building with the commercial uses and to move forward without the residential component for a variety of reasons, one being the concerns of the community with the height. And so I don't know that the referral back would result in any additional discussions. I think that the applicant may choose to come forward with a DC that restricts the hotel. But again, there will be another delay. So there are additional roadblocks being put in front of the preservation of the application that could be considered on this.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I think administration, you just mentioned it, just additional delays to the preservation. I guess reflecting on the conversation today and the concerns that you've heard, what risks does a DC present at this stage, I guess?
I mean, it's risks to the developer in terms of their ability to move forward with further discussions on this, further uncertainty on the file, whether or not they're able to secure funding from their lenders. And those are all things that the applicant can speak to more holistically. I do think it's important to remember that this initially did come forward as a DC. And again, there was challenges with that, especially making the residential component work. And so I think that those are all considerations that have been thoroughly explored and discussed with the applicant. and administration. And one of the challenges, and again, I don't know if Faisal wants to speak more to it, was how do we provide for the additional parking for a use such as an apartment? And so there were a variety of pinch points that resulted in us supporting the standard zone as opposed to the direct control. So again, I guess putting it into context, administration works with the applicant for quite significant time prior to bringing forward an application sometimes. And this is one of those cases where there were many back and forths. There were discussions with Heritage, there's been discussions with development officers, significant discussions with transportation as well as the applicant. And this really was the application that we were most comfortable coming forward with and feel that we can support.
Councillor, if I can just clarify, it was less about parking, more about the alley utilization. Sure. How the site design was contemplated in the DC proposal, so there were challenges around that piece.
Okay, I appreciate the clarity. And it sounds like just as part of those extensive conversations that you've had, at some point did the potential of a DC come up as a pathway forward?
That was the original application submitted by the applicant.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions to, sorry, Councillor Rutherford?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll
please.
move another.
Okay, go, sorry.
I haven't had a round. Oh my.
You haven't had it? No. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just, I guess, a question to administration. I hear some hesitancy around the parking and the traffic safety. If the referral was only specific with the direct control and the removal of the hotel, wouldn't it be very quick and easy to take basically the general zone minus the hotel as a DC? Or what would that create?
In terms of the drafting, we still have to consider which of the components need to be drawn directly from the zoning bylaw, because those ones would be locked in place, which ones would be referred out. We do also have to do the pre-engagement, we have to do notification engagement. So you are still looking at quite a significant delay in terms of coming back, even with a minor amendment. And again, I think Faisal can speak to it. It's, again, less about the parking and more about the circulation and the access and what those impacts were. And this would default to that being explored when they come forward with their development permit, which would consider what the specific use was that was going to be applied. So they have more information at that point under which to do the considerations and the of parking and transportation.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions on the referral. Now to speak to the referral, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation today and appreciate that this is a little bit of a different process for this type of rezoning. I won't be able to support the referral back. I do think that the opportunity to preserve this building is a really exciting one and a very new one. Again, this was not contemplated earlier. This had never been the intention for the site. And we have a group now that that has a path forward to making this happen. I worry that further delays could reduce the viability of this. And so for that reason, and again, I also feel that there are assurances in terms of the ultimate build form. What this standard zone does is provide the certainty for them to be able to go through the process of designation, ensuring that the historical building can be viable in the long term, which will add value to our community. I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'm going back and forth on this, because originally I was thinking, do I just amend the motion to address what I heard the mover originally just asked the last questions on, because I was really hesitant on the specific minimum parking and the traffic safety. Not that those aren't valid issues, I'm just not sure this is the mechanism to deal with them. I think there's a separate conversation, and I think where it's situated in a variety of factors would not make that the right place for this. But then I thought to myself, well, if I move to remove those, which that might actually get approved, then it takes away the original mover's intent to be able to have this conversation. And if I'm potentially going to vote against it anyways. Do I amend the motion that I might be voting against? But I've been hesitant because I part of me wants to support this because I agree with the hotel piece and removing that, but I keep coming back to there's a few things. So setting aside the applicant, who is obviously has a track record of doing this style of buildings. I'm trying to go back to the caution we've heard over and over again is, what if they sold it tomorrow and somebody else bought this land? But I come back to a few things. I practically cannot see how a hotel would make sense on this site whatsoever. I just don't see a path forward regardless of who owns the site and regardless of any variations that they look at. To build that. I think there's a greater sense of control if the historic designation was already done, which it is not, but I appreciate waiting until that. There's a bit of a chicken and egg conversation, because if we send it back and ask an applicant to do a DC, which has a higher cost and a greater timeline, they might just make a decision of say, why bother? If we don't have that certainty, and then we have a greater risk at losing the heritage property, which we don't do a good enough job on preserving. So this is a really challenging conundrum here, because I can see the purpose of identifying and addressing some of these points in this motion, but I actually think approving this gives us a less, similar to what Councillor Stevens had just talked about, I think we are less likely to actually get the outcome that we want if we send this particular one back. But it's been a really good conversation, and I'll of course wait to hear the ward councillor, because I'm really want to, I hear her and I understand the community's perspective. I'm just trying to figure out the right way to get to that outcome, and I'm not sure this motion gets us there the way I would want. So at the moment, I'm thinking of voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I really appreciate this conversation. And also Councillor Lack well said about the reason not supports this motion. So I have a few points here I would like to share. I think for a city's commercial development, and then there are two things to reflect on. Number one is the community needs. So through today's conversation, I heard the community does need some like commercial development in the area. So that is what I heard. And then also for the development, and then how we can keep the consistent approach to support certain development. So I asked you a question earlier about their policies. We do not have policy to really look at and then which distance or to separate or to do some analysis to get sense, do we have enough commercial in the area? Do we need more? So we do not have that type of policy. So based on my experience, I do understand the concern from councillors, from ward councillor, and also from some residents there. This is reflect that some other presidents already happens in the proof for the development. So I really appreciate and all those type of discussion, and it really demonstrate council take really responsible approach to look at every development in our city, to keep that consistent approach, and even in the different area, even though they have existing commercial area, but the new commercial development is still approved. So I think to keep our process or the policy consistently, and then that makes sense for the commercial development. And also I would like to say the business and commercial development usually supports the business communities and support the business owners. And then our city does need more business and support in terms of how we can ensure our tax base and could balance between the residential tax and the business tax as well. So I heard this development does include the option for housing. So that is good to know that point. And also I heard the trade-off, the really considerable approach is about preservation of the city's heritage for the area. So there's some benefits there and also some challenge points and concern points there as well. Overall, I agree with Councillor Knox said really well, and also Councillor Stevenson said really well. So at this moment, I was struggling back for a little bit. At this moment, I will not be able to support this referral by. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
Absolutely, I have the chair.
Thank you. I think I'm going to support this referral. I think community needs some certainty around the hotel. I understand, I hear Councillor Knack and I heard from the applicant there's no desire to build a hotel, but things can change, market conditions can change, and the land can exchange hands, right? So I think certainty is important for the community, and that shouldn't take too much time to figure that out, right? So, and I am also not convinced at this time that recognize how much commercial is available in Grisba and how much actually empty spaces we have in those on those spaces, that there's a viability of additional commercial space there. So if commercial is not viable, that means historical designation is not viable. That also means that additional housing on top of commercial is not viable. So I need to be convinced that commercial is viable, then I can be convinced, okay, if that is viable, then designation, historical designation for the building is viable and additional housing is viable. If I'm not convinced on that, then I'd rather see more housing built, which is already allowed under current zone, because we are in a housing crisis. I don't want this land to be sitting without any development for years and years to come at a time when we can actually get more housing built. So that's my struggle, and that's why I'm going to support this referral and get those answers if possible, and then make a decision whether commercial is the right approach with possibility of a designation, or we just need to meet the need, immediate need that exists in our community, which is housing. Recognizing we are in the middle of housing crisis, we have the booming population, and we need more homes. We are absolutely a leader. Edmonton is a leader when it comes to building more homes, building them better, and keeping that affordability, and we gotta keep on that, right? I think if commercial is viable, I'd rather see the housing. So with that, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Paquette.
I return the chair. Musical chairs. So lots of good points I'm listening to. I guess and maybe the mover will address this, but I am really confused as to the correlation between this application and housing, in that housing or otherwise. So that's kind of like an issue I'm having with this conversation. You cannot force a proponent to build whatever you want them to build. They can either choose to build or not. So I guess that's something I'm struggling with. Otherwise, just based on the observation of whether or not this is an allowable use, I would have to say yes, but I'm interested in hearing what the closer has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Geez, no pressure. I know there's a lot of people. It sounds like there's some hard no's or some hard no's, but there's also a lot of on the fencers. So I'm going to talk to my colleagues that are on the fence, because you know what? Hey, like straight up, I had the same, like, do I put this on? Do I not put this on? I had the same debate. But I think, I'm going to start with the chicken and egg conversation to speak to Councillor Knack, because I remember you voted no to every district policy and plan because of the chicken and egg conundrum. And I think you did the same thing with zoning bylaw, except that I think there was an amendment, you were going to, but then there was an amendment that allowed you to feel comfortable with that. So I would remind you that, like, this is a chicken and an egg conversation, but it's also not just around the designation, because I hear the piece around, tomorrow they could sell it to somebody else, they could demolish it, we lose the barracks, we lose this one and only remaining, because the quartermaster is now gone, site. I think that that's actually not true. I think that we've heard from administration that if there was a demolition of this site proposed, we would get a memo on that, and we would have the opportunity to discuss whether it was extraordinary enough to designate, to direct that designation with the compensation that would come with it. But there would be some steps in the process before fully losing that site. I believe in this applicant. I struggle with this because I know it's going to delay things, but I keep going back to context, context, context. And if we at this table are not here to take into consideration context, then we might as well just rubber stamp everything administration brings forward, and especially the local context. And I appreciate that administration has worked a long time with the applicant on this one to get to this, to the understanding that you have. But the context is there. Griesbach is significantly growing. By the time it is built out, it is estimated to be 16,000 residents in that neighborhood alone. To compare, the neighborhood next door to it is 4,000 residents. And almost all neighborhoods surrounding it, Kensington, Calder, are between 4,000 and 6,000. So it is already 10,000, will be 10,000 residents higher. And so when I talk about, I hear and appreciate Councillor Tang's question about, we always hear about traffic safety when it comes to developments. And I don't disagree with that. But I think in the case of what we're seeing as Griesbach is growing, and as certain roads were built out before other sections were even contemplated, we're seeing real traffic issues. And quite frankly, we don't have a lot of tools because, for example, Vision Zero Street Labs is oversubscribed and they're not taking new applications. So even though I referenced that to Griesbach residents, literally to do an application, they now can't. So that's not even a viable option. So I need to get that certainty. I need to put that forward. I also agree, I think it's another context that's important to take into consideration is we just amended the NASP for the entire northeast quadrant of Griesbach. That was very recent. And that also includes commercial that has yet to be built. And there are many vacancies in both the Griesbach Jewel and the I don't know what it's called, the section to the southeast. Commercial that is vacant does not add vibrancy to a community. And I think that is a factor we need to consider. But I would highlight just focusing specifically on this motion in front of us, because if this fails, I'll have more to say after. The direct control was a middle ground to me, because it's not saying don't do commercial, even though the NSP, which is supposed to be the highest order that we're supposed to look to in that sequencing of district policy, whatever, says it's not, it's supposed to be residential. We're still changing it to commercial. We're still changing the height limits, and at the beginning, Griesbach was expected to only have 3 to 4 stories. There's now 6 stories. There's probably going to be higher on the other nodes and corridors. There's a lot of change here, and this, to me, allowed this project to move forward in a good way with community, in a way that meets the true context of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote on the referral.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is defeated. Okay. All right, so we are back on to the any additional questions on this? I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing on this.
Sorry, I have a question.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, you have a question? Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I just wanted, I know you kind of mentioned it in an answer to the mayor, but you said, so there was a mistake in the map 1, so so there was an item that was on the inventory that has already been demolished?
Yes, the quartermaster building was demolished. We don't have an exact date as to when, but it is no longer there.
Okay, because I was like, I did not receive, and we did not get a memo on that one.
It may have been as far back as 2010, but I don't
Okay.
have an exact date.
Okay, so it was just an error in the map, kind of a historical,
Correct. It's correct on the online historic resource map. There's only the one indicated.
but in the actual district planning map, map
Yes.
1, okay, that I
Yeah.
referenced, okay. That was my only question, I just want clarity on that, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw. Would somebody like to close the public hearing on this bylaw?
Sure. I'll move closure of public hearing for items 3.3 and 3.4.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of items 3.3 and 3.4.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. To speak, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. It's been a really interesting debate. I will support the recommendation. A couple things. I think the historic preservation piece that Councillor Knack said cannot be understated here. I'm also mindful that there's still a lot of uncertainty in these plans. I'm looking at the school site beside, and I have no idea when the provincial government will ever pay to construct a school on that site or what the future of that site is. As many viewers know, we, the city, set aside the land, but whether or not there's an actual school awarded to Edmonton and whether or not it's actually constructed and on what timeline, that is all in the hands of the provincial government, which leaves an enormous amount of uncertainty there. I think it's important that plans are firm and predictable, but also that they're living documents, that there can be adaptation when circumstances allow it, such as a need to adapt for a particular site or a particular change. I think we've talked a lot about the housing crisis, but when we think about the climate emergency and we think about 15-minute cities and we think about having more opportunities to do more things more often closer to home, it's important to have flexibility in our zoning, that we shouldn't just be creating single-use neighborhoods or areas, and having some flexibility here in a way that saves a historic building and provides some opportunity, I think is something worth exploring. So I agree with the administration's assessment here with their recommendation for approval. The concerns are certainly duly noted, and I think there's going to, absolutely, if this goes forward, there may need to be some mitigations present. And just on the hotel piece, this might be off topic, so I'm prepared to be called point of order. But before you say so, this is part of my ongoing frustration with Airbnbs, because with short-term rentals, every home in that community could potentially become a hotel, a ghost hotel, a small hotel that's not paying commercial taxes, that's not doing it. So I just think that this again flags a major urban planning problem that we have to deal with in our city, which is how do we deal with hotels, which we need, without allowing neighborhoods to be eroded by freeloading short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson? Sorry, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm not the closer.
I know, sorry.
No,
Sorry,
that's
don't
okay, I
forget.
appreciate
Councillor,
it. So, I guess straight off the hop, I won't be supporting this. I think there are some serious deal breakers in this, and again, I appreciate the intent of the applicant in wanting to preserve this, and I think there was a path forward with a direct control that would have allowed that. But since that's not the case, and I have to look at this general zone, obviously first and foremost is the hotel. And again, I appreciate many of my colleagues saying, well, we can't see it configuring on this site. But as we already said, those same councilors also said, there's nothing stopping the applicant or any other future property owner from demolishing that barracks tomorrow, and then all of a sudden that site is viable for a hotel. So I cannot think of any other community in Edmonton, and I did like to be fair, a quick but decent search on Google Maps of where any of the hotels are in Edmonton, and they are not in the heart of a neighborhood. They are not in the heart of a neighborhood. And yes, I appreciate that we have bigger issues to address around Airbnbs and other things, but the sheer number and height and considerations that need to be considered around a hotel are very different, in my opinion, than an Airbnb. I already mentioned some of the other pieces that are concerning to me. I worry about the loss of the minimum site coverage. I worry about the traffic safety, having experience with what is happening already in Greaseba with the current commercial areas that are on the exterior of the neighborhood, and what that will look like interior with no sort of comfort or assurances from administration that there would be any real push for any added safety measures. I find that very concerning. I still might contemplate a subsequent. I know we have other speakers on other items, so I would entertain doing the subsequent before the closing of the meeting rather than right after this item. And that gives me time to think about it too. I think Greaseba has lived up in every single way to the city plan more than any other neighborhood, quite frankly, in Edmonton, maybe Greenfield aside. But as an infill, Blatchford hasn't come close. No other neighborhood has come close. And these residents that live in Greaseba love their community, and they love the community growing. And they've welcomed a lot of that growth. And they've seen the vibrancy that it's created. But it's also created problems. And it's created problems around traffic. It's created problems around noise. It's created problems around parties in the park at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's created problems around school capacity. You know, talking about school capacity. This one is not, I think, on the accelerated list, unfortunately. So we won't see it anytime in the near future. And yet, even with all those challenges, this community continues to want to welcome more people. It also, on context piece, has the highest percentage, after it's built out, will have the highest percentage of affordable housing of any neighborhood in Edmonton. be well beyond the 16% target. So they have done their fair share for the city plan. And when the ward councillor says that there's context that we're not heeding with this, that we're pushing too hard, too fast, too soon, too much, all at once, without any guardrails, and it's not being listened to, that's concerning, because I really feel like we're at a very tenuous point with people supporting the city plan going forward at the next election. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a break here. We will be back at 1:30 and continue with speaking on this item. Until then, we are on recess. Okay, no, we Oilers. Ah, are you cheering for Oilers? Of course you are. Cool. Nice to see you. Nice to see you here. Yeah, yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
I think Councillor
Video,
Principe is still away, right? Okay. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, found my video. Go Oilers.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we do have quorum. Councillor Rutherford had concluded speaking. Then Councillor Stevenson, you were next.
She's not here.
And you are not. Councillor Stevenson is not here yet.
Yes, she removed her name from the board.
She did, okay. Well, Councillor Knack to close?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking a lot about this over lunch too, and a few thoughts on this. So I hear very loud and clear, and this is always the interesting thing in council meetings, is that I think I agree probably 95% of what the ward councillor has raised. I think where I differ is the way to get there. Because I would say I would fully support a subsequent to tackle some of the issues that were identified. I think that would be very valuable, because I do want to give deference to the ward councillor around some of the challenges that are being faced in a growing population in a spot that upon completion would have the population that we currently see in Waquentwin. So they're a little over 17,000, so pretty close. But I think what's been sort of circling back for me is that if there wasn't a heritage consideration, I think I would 100% vote against this. And I think that's the context for me that is causing me to feel differently. Because I think about this zone, and I think it was a very important flag by the ward councillor. If you go look at the City Maps website, there aren't many spots internal to a community that have the CG zoning. I could only find one within the ward I represent. So this zone isn't used heavily interior to the community. I think in part because of the potential uses that could be within that, and I think there's a very valid reason why you wouldn't. And so if this had just been a parcel of land, I'm not sure either administration would even recommend it, but even if they had, I think I would see myself wanting to say no to this because of that maximum use potential. But the two things I keep coming back to, and the main thing actually I guess I just keep coming back to, is the heritage consideration. And I know that by approving this, we do not guarantee that this property will stay. That doesn't exist today, and it doesn't exist if this is approved tomorrow or today. But I do feel that it does give us the best chance to retain that. And that might not give everyone comfort to just say, I have a pretty good feeling about it. A good feeling is, maybe fine for me as somebody that doesn't live right in there today. It is very hard for a community member who lives in there today to hear me say, oh, I have a good feeling that it's going to stay. But I do. And I think there's a lot of reasons why, but I also appreciate that's not necessarily going to be the comfort that people want to hear who live there, because they'll want to actually know that it's for sure happening. But I've just gone back to that if this was any other parcel of land without any type of heritage consideration, I would say, nope, there's no reason for this. There's lots of other commercial uses. I do want to come back to one piece on the commercial side, is that back to that notion of a max population of 16,000 people, that does put it at the population of Waquentwin. And in fact, we do need commercial, not just on the edges, we need it in the middle of a community that large. We want to have that opportunity for more space and more connectivity points. And sure, I don't know when the school will happen, but gosh, it'll sure be nice if you could have a commercial space beside a future school site. Parents could go, you know, maybe not have to drive their kids to school, but walk their kids to school and go for a coffee to meet other parents and at the neighborhood coffee stop and have that great hub that we've seen in some of these other heritage preservation spaces. So I think the challenge that we come back to is that I don't know if there was going to be a perfect motion to get us the level of certainty that we need. And so really it's just a debate about, does this help us, give us the better chance to achieve that, or does sending it through a referral give us that best chance? And so I've gone back and forth, but ultimately why I've decided to support this is because I believe this is going to get us the best possible chance of the outcome we seek, appreciating that I cannot sit here today and say I'm 100% certain that will happen. So, which is never a fun place to be. But I think based off all of that, I'm going to support this, and that's why that was sort of the thinking behind it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 3.3 and 3.4.
Please vote. Also seconded by... Who seconded last time? Oh, Councillor.
Yes, second.
Okay. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor
Yes.
Stevenson. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Oh, sorry. It's still vote in progress. There we go. Got it.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on items 3.3 and 3.4.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of bylaw 20762 and bylaw 20763.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are on to, so we dealt with 3.3.3.4. Now we are on to 3.5, bylaw 20987 to allow for medium scale housing Prince Charles. See. We do have a member of public signed in opposition. Oh, actually, I'll check again. Is Sinclair Suslaric joining us? No. This was exempted by Councillor Salvador, right? Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, you exempted this. Do you need a presentation?
Not if there's no speaker in opposition.
Okay. All right, and they're not here, so. And do you have questions to the proponent?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Andrew Olson, please come down.
Sorry, I'm just switching my brain from one file to the other. Thank you for being here. I think overall it's a great location. Luckily, it didn't get taken over by freeway because it almost did before. I think one of the things that I'm just struggling with is in this zone, there's a minimum density of 45 dwellings per hectare. What does that work out to an actual number of dwellings on this site? Do you know?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Rutherford, I believe that equates to minimum number of units of 3.6.
3.6?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was worried, I just wanted to make sure that that minimum density isn't preventing you from doing family-orientated housing.
No, I don't believe the minimum density would be preventing that.
Okay, so it's not just gonna be all one bedroom?
No.
What is your intention? What are your kind of vision for that site?
Right now, we're not in the design process, so we don't know exactly how many units or like the size of units that are going to be considered at this point. But you know, all mixes of units are being considered right now. So.
Yeah, perfect. But you will consider, like even so, you could be considering some single bedroom. You could be considering some multifamily.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, just bias-wise, it's right by the school there. I think that's a neighborhood that has shrunk in population, and so adding more families would be great. So that's just my plug for you. And then my last question is around parking. So again, understanding that no parking is required. Is there an intent or a plan to have any parking available on site?
I can't say right now for sure, but like, yeah, all options are being considered, like surface parking underground or no parking. Yeah, given the context of the site, it's likely, but I can't confirm that at this point.
Okay, and then do the setbacks allow you to preserve any trees on the north side of the property?
Setbacks.
The setback is larger on the
Yeah,
the
the
north
setback
side.
becomes larger on the side setbacks. That would be the north side, so it goes up to 3 meters. So it would allow for some tree preservation.
Just because I saw there's a big kind of tree stand right there, and I know that's like a shared use path and those pieces, so just was curious.
Yeah.
We've been having a lot of conversations on trees lately at council.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's all my questions to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Andrew. Okay, that concludes the questions to the proponent. Now, any questions? No one is in opposition, but I will call again if Sinclair Slusarik is joining us. No? Councilor Rutherford, questions to Edmund? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just trying to get a picture of one thing I don't fully understand, and I feel embarrassed admitting that I don't fully understand this, but I feel like I must to get a better concept, is the floor area ratio and what that number actually means. And when it says there's an opportunity for bonus 1.4 floor area ratio, can you remind me again how they get that bonus, and what does that look like in actual built form composition?
Yeah, so this is a great segue from your last question to the applicant. The first way that they can get it is, so 1.4 is it's adding up two different regulations. So the first one is they can get 0.7 in floor area ratio, where a minimum of 10% of the dwellings that they're proposing comply with the inclusive design requirements that are in the zoning bylaw, or have a floor area greater than 100 square meters, a minimum of 3 bedrooms, and a couple other regulations around outdoor amenity spaces. So what these all add up to...
Sorry, I just want to make sure. I was getting notes, and I just want to make sure. You said 10% of the units being inclusive design?
Yep.
And then you said something about size of the unit or 3 bedroom. That's a separate consideration, or is that part of that 10%?
Yep, it's part of the 10%. So, and a minimum of 3 bedrooms. And there are a couple other regulations in here, but just to not read off every single regulation in the bylaw, what these add up to is suites that are friendly for families. So there's an opportunity for an incentive here where they are, when they're at the building design phase, at the development permit stage, they can have this opportunity for bonus FAR. The next one is 0.7, where a minimum of 30% of all supportive housing sleeping units comply with inclusive design requirements, or 1 or more buildings are listed on the inventory of historic resources. So that's just another way that we differentiate and allow opportunities.
Okay, but they would never be able to get that 1.4 unless they were a supportive housing unit. right? So,
That's right. But
okay, but it's
right
still
at the
where
design stage, if that was something they wanted to incorporate, they
Yep,
could. The
yep,
opportunity is there. It's designed for flexibility.
Okay.
So what that amounts to, the second part of your question, Councillor Rutherford, is what that amounts to is a larger building mass on site.
if they get that additional floor area ratio.
Exactly.
Which is fine, but 10%, if there's only, like the applicant said, it worked out to about 3.6 units
Minimum.
minimum.
Hmm.
If they did 3.6 units, how do they get to that 10%? At least just one unit? So if they have one unit that is a 3-bedroom, then that would count?
Yeah, at the very
Okay,
minimum.
just trying to understand the.
Yes.
Okay. So what does floor, again, I don't really understand this floor area ratio in terms of the visuals. Can you said it larger massing, so is the visual that's on the 3D model with the 2.3 or with the addition of the 1.4?
This is just with the 2.3.
Okay, okay.
Because we do not know at this time,
Yeah.
the rezoning stage, whether they will.
But if they got
Yes.
but if they did get the additional, let's say 10%, what would that look like on that diagram? Would it be more because that's already taking up a lot of the parcel of the property.
Yep. So it would have to be within, they would still have to meet the minimum setback regulations,
Okay,
and they
okay.
couldn't max out the height. So it would have to be what's possible
So they
within
have
that.
to play within the lines?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions, colleagues? I see none. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponent on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing.
Yeah, I'll move closure of the public hearing on item 3.5.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.5.
Second?
Okay. All right, so we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief, but I will speak. I think some members in the community are not going to be happy with this size. It is drastic. It's probably one of the largest in that area. We've seen that form in Sherbrooke, which is the neighboring community, but in Prince Charles, this will be the first of this height. But it's absolutely appropriate, makes sense along Yellowhead and 127th Street. And in fact, as I mentioned to the applicant, it's cool that we talk about being in a housing emergency because this house wouldn't have even been possible with some of the original designs of the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. But through that project being responsive to community concerns, they were able to do the underpass instead of an overpass, saving many of the parcels in Sherbrooke and Prince Charles from having to be expropriated. So even sometimes our design can help with our housing issues, and I would, just again encourage the applicant to really consider if you can do 3 bedrooms, a 2-bedroom, just a little bit more family orientated. It's near an amazing school. I know that community is always welcoming to more families. Well, welcoming to anybody, obviously, but just being so close to a school, so close to transit, so close to other amenities, I think it would be just a really great place for that consideration. And I'd be curious to hear your feedback, even after you get into the detail of the planning and design, about why you didn't take up the floor area ratio. Because if this is an incentive in our zoning bylaw, I also want to understand how it's working or not working to actually do that incentivization of those larger units. So please do, if you are inclined, follow up with me afterwards. I'd be very curious to follow that along. But thank you for bringing this forward. It's very exciting, and I look forward to welcoming more families into or more individuals into Prince Charles.
Okay. Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move second reading of item 3.5.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice, are you still with us? We have all the votes.
Display the votes. There you go, carried. Okay.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 20987.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Sure, happy to. So I have the chair. Okay, and so we were moving on to item 3.6, the bylaw 20986 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing, Bonnie Doon. And we do have speakers both in favor and in opposition on this item. So I'm just going to confirm we have our speakers here. Do I do that first, Chair?
They, I believe, have joined us remotely.
Okay, well, I will start with administration then, doing their presentation on this item.
Good afternoon. Through the Small Scale Transition Residential Zone, or RSM H14, this application proposes a low-rise residential building with a maximum height of approximately 4 stories. Next slide, please. The site is located along Connors Road at the northeastern edge of Bonnie Doon neighborhood and is close to a variety of services and amenities, including Bonnie Doon Mall, a public library, Dermott District Park, Vimy Ridge Academy, Bonnie Doon Leisure Center, and transit in the form of bus service on 83rd Street, 85th Street, Connors Road, and 90th Avenue. The Holyrood LRT stop is also within a 400-meter walking distance of the site. Surrounding properties are zoned for medium-scale residential up to 4 or 6 stories in height, and small-scale residential development up to 3 stories in height. Next slide, please. Within the Southeast District Plan, the site abuts the Bonnie Doon District Node and is within the urban mix designation. Low-rise development is supportable within the urban mix at this location because the site is within 400 meters of an LRT station, is adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small-scale development, and is along Connors Road, which is an arterial roadway. The RSM H14 zone would facilitate low-rise, primarily residential development, which fits with this direction. Next slide, please. When compared to the current zone, the proposed RSM H14 would allow for an additional 3.5 meters in height, or approximately 1 story, an additional 15% site coverage, and a reduced rear setback, resulting in a larger overall building. The proposed zone is compatible in scale with the existing and surrounding development and will act as a transition between the Bonnie Doon District Node and the rest of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Engagement was done through a mailed notice, information on the city's website, site signage, and through one-to-one communication with residents. A total of 8 responses were received, all in opposition. The most common concerns we heard were that existing on-street parking and traffic congestion would worsen, that the proposed building was too tall, that surrounding property values would decrease as a result of the rezoning, that there is already an approved permit for a multi-unit on the site, and that if the rezoning is approved, they would keep asking for more, and that the sunlight to adjacent properties would be obstructed. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It is compatible in scale and use with the existing surrounding development and would act as a transition from the Bonnie Doon District node. It allows for an increase in density in close proximity to mass transit, amenities, and services in alignment with the city plan and the Southeast District plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We will now go to the proponent. I understand, Jeff Booth, you want to make a presentation, and Adil Hassan is to answer questions only.
That's correct.
Go ahead, please.
Hello again, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'm here to talk about our client Hasco Development's application to rezone their property from the RS zone to the RSMH14 zone. Next slide, please. This application was submitted in April, and we then undertook our usual neighbor relations approach, starting with a project webpage to provide background information on the proposed rezoning, our contact information, and to answer commonly asked questions. Next slide. In August, we mailed a postcard to 304 nearby homes to let neighbors know about the project, the webpage, and to provide our contact information. We heard from one neighbor who expressed that they did not want the development to be for unhoused people and had concerns about what is already allowed under the RS zone and how development under the RS within the neighborhood might impact infrastructure. We also contacted the Bonnie Doon Community League but did not hear back from them. Next slide. The site abuts Connors Road and an alley with a single detached house to the northwest and a low-rise development in the RMH23 zone directly to the southeast. The buildings in the surrounding area are mostly a mix of small-scale residential, low-rise residential, and low-rise apartments on the abutting site to the east, and a high-rise development to the northeast across 85th Street and 90th Avenue. Bonnie Doon Shopping Center is just to the south of the site. The site is within walking distance of nearby schools and has access to transit with nearby bus routes on Connors Road and 85th Street, and the Holyrood LRT station, which is about 220 meters away. There are also bike routes nearby on 86th Avenue and 79th Street. The site is directly abutting the Bonnie Doon District node as shown in teal. Next slide. We're proposing this rezoning today because of alignment with both City Plan and the District Plan. City Plan and the Southeast District Plan identify the area directly to the southeast of the site as a district node where mid and high-rise development is encouraged. This rezoning aligns with the District Plan policy that supports development at the edges of nodes that provides a transition to surrounding areas. It also aligns with policy that supports low-rise development of up to 4 stories adjacent to sites that are zoned for greater than small-scale development on arterial roads and within 400 meters of a mass transit station. In summary, this application would provide 3 to 4 story multi-unit housing at the edge of the node where low-rise development is supported and provide more housing options for Edmontonians in a well-connected neighborhood. Next slide. As I pointed out earlier, the site is located about 220 meters from the Holyrood LRT stop, making it an ideal location for transit-oriented multi-unit residential development. This application is part of the planned redevelopment process that is occurring around LRT stops and will help to provide the density needed to support the new LRT network that we've invested so much in. Next slide, please. Like many mature neighborhoods, the predominant housing type in Bonnie Doon is single detached housing. Building small-scale to low-rise multi-unit housing will improve the mix of housing types, which is an important factor in achieving the vision of City Plan to provide access to diverse housing options within all of Edmonton's neighborhoods. Next slide. Thank you for your time to hear my presentation. I would like to ask for council's support of this application, which aligns with City Plan and the District Plan, and will provide multi-unit housing and more housing options in Bonnie Doon. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, any questions from colleagues to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Two members of the committee who signed in opposition. Daniel Hess. Daniel, I know Daniel and Richard were both in person. I'll check if they're joining. Hi, here you go. You are joining us virtually, right? Is that Daniel or Richard?
Yep, I'm Daniel, but my father will be speaking on my behalf. I'm working night shifts, so I'm very tired, but I'm able to answer questions.
Okay, so you're.
So he should be the other speaker. I think that was changed up here.
So we have Daniel and Richard.
Correct.
And you're Daniel?
I'm Daniel. Yep.
Okay, are you making a presentation?
My father is speaking on my behalf.
Okay, Richard, go ahead, please.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Richard. Can you either speak close to the...
Just hold on. Just hold on one second.
Okay, no worries. Take your time. Take your time. I know you were here. I understand that you had to leave for work, right? So, no, we appreciate you still staying and joining us virtually.
All right.
Here we go. We can hear you clearly now. Go ahead, please.
Good, good. So good afternoon. I live directly next door to 8509. My grandfather built here in 1956, and we've helped make Bonnie doing great for 70 years. I'm against the proposed zoning application and currently approved 7-unit building permit. In 2014, Adil Hassan Hasco Developments tried to build above zoning guidelines. My worries were addressed and a fair resolve was determined then. Change is constant as the city grows. I'm concerned that infill today isn't inclusive to varying opinions on it. All 7 responses didn't support rezoning. And was more cathartic than anything as planner ignored concerns and recommended rezoning without adjustments. All benefits are for the developer. Councillor Salvador states new zoning bylaw is a iterative, adjustable process. Community consultation should be 400 meters from a transit station, not 60 meters from site. Resulting area can be rezoned afterwards instead of a one-off developer favor. I'm concerned we are in an elite democracy. For 8 months, Ms. Salvador refused to directly speak with me about 8509. Councillor Henderson met me in 2014 to discuss 8509 development. Neighbors directly behind me sold and left Edmonton because of Ms. Salvador's leadership on the application. Hasco Developments has not been a respectable community member. Bylaw complaints include renovating home without permits, unsafe front steps, and fallen down overhead garage door fire hazard. Most not remedied until the 11th hour or court action threatened. I had a section of fence burnt down by his tenants. I was forced to go to small claims and place risk to collect after years of empty promises to remedy. If he damages my home while constructing, the same end will result. Adil promised the planner to respect the community's wishes in 2014. He's never personally reached out but once to us. He's never personally reached out once to us with recent developments. He appears profit-driven only. I do not believe he will provide affordable housing here. With greater density comes a need for greater developer regulations and guidelines. Design and development involvement from adjacent properties is a necessity. A win-win for everyone needs to happen. Perhaps 40 people living next door can't be denied, but those who made this area desirable must be respected with infill effects mitigated. Collaborative conversation would include sound barriers, window/balcony placement, and a lot frontage parking permits. Safeguards should be builder funds to offset things like construction property damage. The previous bylaw included some of this. This rezoning doesn't seem inclusive. On climate change, mandatory net zero building, preservation of mature trees and green roofs. Handicap access is a must. Lower income units should be a percentage of the bill. Also need single family units and not just one bedroom. If the city feels this creates roadblocks, then their mandate is only to become the most developer friendly city in Canada. In closing, to quote NDP MP Matthew Green, and I quote, leaders who make major decisions based solely on their own prerogative, especially if they override, ignore, or disenfranchise the people, betray the foundation of a democratic society. We need more inclusion, more consultation, and more fairness before a decision can be reached. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Richard, we'll see there will be questions to you and Daniel. Council Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate both of the speakers being with us today, and I know you were here in person this morning, but I appreciate you being able to call in so that your perspectives can be heard. So maybe just to follow up on a few points. So, you mentioned just some concerns around, we'll say, construction practices. It sounds like there have been some challenges with the existing property as it is today. Am I capturing some of your concerns there just around, I think you mentioned an issue with a fence and a fire. So there's some concerns around ongoing construction practices. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I also wanted to get some clarity around, I think there was mention of like the orientation of the building or orientation of balconies, just the concerns around how that building might be structured and the impact it could have on the adjacent property. Were there other things around orientation of the building that you wanted to share?
Just like sound barriers, because if you're gonna have multiple tenants, obviously you're gonna have more noise coming, and like with the balconies, it'd just be preferable, like windows and balconies, like before and 3 gets by law, like they'd have to put placement to kind of respect the privacy of my area, so that would be more appreciated as well, right?
Okay.
And
okay, that makes sense. I will ensure that that's asked of administration as well. And then I don't know if I heard correctly, but was it mentioned that there's already a currently approved development permit?
yes, that's correct. There's approved 7 units of multi-dwelling housing there.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. 7 units?
There is 7 units of multi-dwelling, yep.
Okay, I'll ask about that as well. And then maybe just to zoom out a little bit, recognizing where this property is located, I think it's an interesting context because obviously, it's close to transit, it's close to Bonnie Doon Mall, which we know there's, longer term plans for redevelopment there. I'm thinking about the property directly to the east, where there's sort of I think it's a 3-story walk-up apartment, and then there's a 6-story as well on that.
That's
same
correct.
site.
There's a line right there as well. That's Sir William Apartments.
Yeah. What do you feel would be an appropriate transition from more of that sort of higher intensity, medium scale development as it steps down into the neighborhood? Because right now, based on the zoning, we're kind of talking about a 3-story versus a 4-story that's being proposed.
That's correct, and I mean I understand, and I'm not necessarily opposed to this. For me, I think it should be more community involvement, because if this gets granted, there's a good chance it'll set precedent, right? Like, we're not talking about a DC, like a one-off here. We're talking about something that will continue on as time goes on, right? So for me personally, like I said, having more controls, and I just had a bad history with this developer, right? Like, when we look at other developers, like Metro Developments, Andrew Harveston, he comes and sees the neighbors, he offers them lumber. He tries to make a rapport with them. Like Mr. Hassan was denied in 2014. He told the development officer at that point that anything he'd do forward, he'd come to us. He didn't actually come to us at all. I mean, Situate did that. That's true with this particular one, but Situate wasn't here when the 7 units were getting approved. And I just feel left out of the process, right? And I'm just concerned that, like, if my house gets wrecked, I had a really horrible experience with small claims. He refused to pay me. He promised to fix it. It went on for years. So it makes me feel very uncomfortable. And I'm concerned about what kind of build's going to be with the build quality as well, right? When this comes in too. So that's kind of where I'm at. This, like, I understand that we can't stop the infill, and I mean, I personally can't see like 2 skinny homes or say duplexes with basement suites, but I understand that's not the case here, right? Okay. Like I want to work with the city. I want to be welcoming to more community residents, but I also want to win-win for us here too, right? So
yeah, no, I think that's a really that's reasonable, and that's something that I can loop back. Not just to administration on, but to the proponent as well. Just that desire for more contact and just more of a relationship there. And did I hear correctly? You did have a conversation with Situate though when you received, I think, their mail.
No, I never did.
No.
Unfortunately, I've been working so much. That was one of the other neighbors that had a conversation with Situate.
Okay.
I would be willing to talk with Situate, but I did not have a conversation with them.
Okay, but is that something you would be interested in? Is just having
Yeah.
that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Well, I'm going to run out of time here, but I think that really helps clarify a number of things for me, and I'll direct some of those questions to admin and the proponent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thank you for joining us over the phone. So I think the question was answered, but sorry, I might just ask it somewhat in a different way. I want to make sure I'm clear. Is that what I think I heard, and you can tell me if I've understood correctly or interpreted your submission correctly, is that appreciating in an ideal world, I think you just said you would maybe prefer skinny or duplex, but I am gathering, and I think I hear a sense of understanding that, you know, arterial roads is where we've typically had density like this, not just in the last 5 or 10 years, but over the last 50 and 60 years. So something that's 4 stories is not uncommon on an arterial road, and so I think what I've heard is that. Yeah. Even though you don't necessarily love that, I think you understand that, but what you are most worried about is when and if construction were to happen, are you going to be treated properly? Is there going to be proper consideration? You know, how are they going to work to minimize the damage not minimize, but not have damage? Those are the things that are sort of most prominent for your concerns. Is that right?
That's at the top of the list for sure.
Okay, great.
We have Sir William Place, Boardwalk is in Sir William Place. We've had no issues. Whenever there's any kind of problem, you can talk to them and they will remedy it right away. With this, every problem, it has to go to higher things, higher officials, more problems, more complaints, and it just makes them feel really uneasy about this person being the developer here as well, right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I think, you know, one of the questions that will get asked, I'm sure, of our administration, but because I imagine this is the first sort of time you've been partaking in this, is that I'm going to figure out how to ask it in a question. We have a challenge in that we don't get to consider who the applicant is. So our responsibility here as a council is to determine, is the land use being asked for appropriate, and we are often told by our legal counsel that who is developing is not necessarily a consideration. Doesn't mean it's not important for you, of course, because I'm hearing your concerns. So you're just wondering how we can help. You know, if this happens to be the developer, and if this happens to be approved, you'd want to know what are some of the steps that you can take to help make sure your needs are being addressed.
I kind of think personally, sorry to interrupt you, but I kind of think personally that something needs to change.
Yeah, and
that
that
should be when they're applying for a development permit that they have to put up, say, a certain funds or their social insurance number gets tied to it or something, right? So if there's a problem, they are actually in trouble, right?
Yeah, and
not just a slap, not just a slap in the wrist, and you're on your way doing something somewhere else, or you pull the company, start a new company somewhere else. Those kind of things, right?
No, I appreciate that. Okay, no, those are all my questions. Again, thank you for taking some time to be with us. That's it. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. Okay, thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the questions to you both, Danielle and Richard. Now we will go to questions to administration. Councilor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to pick up right there around some of the concerns that were shared from speakers around damage associated with construction. You know, I think that's a very, very valid concern. When that type of construction is happening next door, you want to make sure that your property is protected. And recognizing it's a land use public hearing, but if there is someone that could just provide some context around what is in place to make sure that neighbors are protected.
So, Councillor Salvador, there is, at different stages for the development permit and the building permit stage, the City of Edmonton is working on a few different programs, actually, that you have heard about very recently, short form PIP and CAP. PIP stands for Project Implementation Plan. CAP stands for Construction Accountability Program. Both of these things are being, I think, field tested right now and will be rolled out in the near future. And both are designed two distinct phases and help for the developers, but both are designed to ensure that accountability when the construction starts at the building permit stage.
Okay, and just for the speakers who are listening, because I know these are fairly new and they're just sort of rolling out, and I mean, quite frankly, I think part of the reason we move forward with those is because we did recognize that additional work needed to be done when it comes to construction site accountability. So what will this look like for neighbors of infill? What will they see in terms of that greater accountability?
I think as part of this arrangement, currently that a guide has been prepared that is currently being shared with the developers. Starting winter of this year, the implementation on project implementation plan is scheduled. What this means is more rigor in terms of planning the project and being accountable to certain aspects of it, which means site observations, what is adjacent to the property that is being redeveloped. Then there is also notification process, permissions that are attached to it. And then finally, as the construction proceeds, construction safety controls and measures should be in place. So it's a holistic approach to the entire construction project and soon to be rolled out.
Okay, excellent. So that will be rolled out this winter. So you know, if this were to move forward, it would be applying to any sort of development permit that would be coming forward.
Most likely.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Now I want to loop back to concerns that were raised around the orientation of the building and placement of balconies in particular. So I think the concern is, of course, having balconies that would kind of overlook into the adjacent property owner's yard. What's in place around, orientation of balconies for a site like this?
They have to follow the regulations in the zone. So old zoning bylaw, we did have some regulations and some discretion at the development planner and development permit stage in order to sort of suggest where windows and balconies could go to minimize overlook. We don't have those anymore.
Okay, so that's something that I can ask of the applicant as well, and what the intentions are there. And I'm just looking for some context. It sounds like there's already an approved 7-unit development permit on this site?
There is.
Can you provide a little context there around how that intertwines with the rezoning, or what?
It's totally up to the property owner, right? If they had plans, I can only assume that their plans have changed and they're looking for maybe a different design or more units, probably a response to changing in policy, right? Yeah. But specifics on that, probably best directed at the applicant.
Okay, I will refer to the applicant for that. And then, I'm just thinking of the context here. I think it really came out through questions that, given the proximity to LRT, future development plans at Bondied Mall, this is, I think it's considered a district node, correct? As part of Bondied?
It is, it's right on the edge of the node.
Okay, so it's right on the edge. It's not technically within the node, but is this what we would expect in terms of that transition as we move outside of the node and into the neighborhood?
Transition for sure, but the main policy that is giving us guidance here is the policy for low rise. So even if it wasn't close to the node, it would still meet the policy for low rise, which is that it's in close proximity, walking distance to transit, it's on an arterial roadway, it's adjacent to zones that are zoned for greater development.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful as well. And I just wanted to ask, I did hear some concerns around, and it was flagged in the report, just parking and traffic as well, and I'm gonna run out of time, so I'll come back for one more round after this.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just on that last question about sort of our plans, I did just want to clarify that even if it wasn't adjacent to a site like it is right now, or within the distance of a transit, because this is an arterial road, this is typically where we've seen low-rise apartment buildings long before the adoption of the city plan. That's sort of that would be an expected land use as of even 40 or 50 years ago, I think, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, I guess I just wanted to confirm that it wasn't tied to those pieces, because I think that's something, I think about neighborhoods like where I live. It's very common to see a 3 or 4 story building on an arterial road, and they're a lot older.
Yes, it's just in the new, in the district policy, we have those additional criteria now to help further.
So in this case, it's additional rationale, not new rationale per se. It's
Yeah, good distinction.
Mr. Johnson, when we get to questions of new information for the applicant, I appreciate that I can't take into account who the developer is for my decision, but we have had points raised by one of our speakers about the behavior of the applicant. Is it within order to be able to ask some of those questions on behalf of the resident who's chosen to raise it?
Councillor, it's a fine line.
I know.
As we talked about earlier, the positives of an applicant we don't take into account, nor should we take the potential or alleged negligence either. So I would be careful with it. You can ask it, of course. My advice to you is what you consider on making your decision.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to find that balance of appreciating what I can make a final decision on, but I also feel that in the past we've asked about how applicants engage, and
Yes.
I'm thinking back to about a year ago, because I feel like we've had this applicant a year ago in the same neighborhood, and I feel like I want to ask those questions out loud.
I think what I could advise is the course would be very deferential to you in engaging with a public participant in this hearing.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Oh, I'll move do you need another round? I'll move another round.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Burkett, are you with us?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I covered off some questions related to parking and traffic as well. In particular, just in relation to traffic safety on Connors Road in particular, I know I continue to hear concerns just about sort of speed of traffic, volume of traffic on Connors Road, and just recognizing this is sort of directly adjacent to it. I know there have been a few upgrades to safe crossings for getting folks back and forth on Connors. Is there any additional work underway? I just anticipate as we start to see more development and more people living along Connors that might become more of an issue.
Additional work related to safety is not contemplated, but definitely yes, to improve active modes connectivity in this area through active, that special project that has the funding to improve and look into some gaps and opportunities. We did consult with Safe Mobility to look into the collision patterns closer to this site. In the last 4 to 6 years, the only collisions that have occurred are falling too closely or lane changing, nothing significant. But I think with LRT construction, that was also a consideration to look at this, because this site is so close to the intersection. That consideration as part of the design of the intersection was definitely considered and built in.
Okay, can you just elaborate on that a little bit? Because I'm looking, because it is sort of right at the corner where there's kind of I think there's almost a slip lane kind of merging off onto 85th Street, but then there's Connors, and then there's the side street. So it's kind of a confluence of a number of potential points of conflict for vehicular traffic. So I'm just, trying to understand if any future changes or upgrades need to be made here, or if we accounted for that in the original changes and designs that were made to Connors as part of the LRT.
I would say latter, because this is so close. If at the time we would have thought about this to be detrimental to or anything related to safety, then definitely. And this is a typical situation with service roads in many other locations. For instance, if you look at 87 Avenue, 159 Street intersection, which is also LRT corridor, there is a service road running just along the east and the west of 159 Street. And this kind of merging and weaving does happen close to 87 Avenue as well.
Okay, okay. I'm also wondering, just for pedestrian access or active modes access from Connors to sort of into the neighborhood, I guess, is what I'm curious about, because I'm imagining right now, and I don't know this for sure, but the property directly to the east of the one in question, it looks like there's kind of a pathway or sidewalk that may not be public, but I assume sort of functions as a bit of a cut through into the community. When would we contemplate requiring some sort of public access into a community there? I'm just thinking about the importance of sort of that granular access and almost entry points into a community when people are, say, coming from the LRT instead of having to walk like all the way around. That seems like a pretty direct route. And I'm just wondering how this rezoning and potential development could affect that.
Potential development, yes. I think that would be an opportunity to look into further connection points. But I would say that it does come with some challenges as well, looking at the multi-unit sites that can occur through some kind of easements through the site itself. This I think, as you already mentioned, there is a shared pathway along the north of Connors Road that takes you to either the service road or you can go further south along 85th Street. So there are some connection points already. All that to say that it is to be seen, and we can definitely look into that with any large site coming for redevelopment. I think that's where a larger opportunity comes into play.
Okay. No, that's helpful. All right, I'll have some questions back to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So that concludes questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration, to the proponent and folks in opposition on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor Salvador, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so just back to the applicant, can you help me understand, it sounds like there's currently a approved 7-unit development permit for this site. What's the intention there? Why the change?
Yeah, so under the RS zone, the maximum number of units for this site is 7 right now. So the proposed zoning will allow for 1 or 2 more units to be built on the site. And the proposed height would also allow for the basement units to be raised out of the ground a bit, providing more light and livable spaces for those units.
Okay, okay. And hearing some of the concerns from the speakers today and community members, just around the orientation of the building, placement of balconies in particular came up, and just concerns around privacy, recognizing that there isn't necessarily anything in the underlying zone itself that would prevent that. Do you have anything to add on that front around, and I recognize we can't hold you to this, but any intention around protecting some of that privacy and ensuring that there's a good interface or sort of transition to the adjacent low-density property?
Yeah, I'm not sure how far along Mr. Hassan is in the design process, but I'll let him speak to that.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, initially when we applied for our development permit, it was for 8 units for a 3-story building. I think we were short by 10 meters on the site size, 10 square meters in order to allow for that 8th unit. So that's why we're here for this rezoning, to allow for that additional unit on that same 3 stories. The additional height is obviously, as Jeff mentioned, is allowing us to raise the building up a little bit to allow the basements to be a bit more livable and the basement suites to be a bit more livable. Right now, we don't have. I believe the plans don't show any balconies. I believe, and obviously we haven't completed our building permit designs yet. So obviously, we can do the best we can when it comes to ensuring that there's privacy maintained with neighbors.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about, I think we heard a clear desire from some of the community members just for, some more contact, some more communication, especially just the direct neighbor who will be experiencing some of the construction happening right next door. Is that something that you can take away and just, have some additional conversations? It sounds like there's a willingness on the community's part or community members' part. Is that something that is part of your typical process as a project like this moves forward, if it were to move forward?
So once we actually get on the ground, then a site super would typically go around and hand over his card to the immediate neighbors with his contact information. So if folks had after hours concerns or other concerns, that they'd be able to bring up with them directly. So that is something that we typically do. We haven't done anything on site yet. We have owned it for a number of years, but we haven't done anything on site. And I heard the issue with a previous tenant. My only comment to that would be I think there's two sides to each story and whatnot. So without getting into too much detail into what happened on that exact situation with the tenant, I think there some things happened that were unfortunate, but we always try to deal with problems with the best possible solution that we can and be timely with it. But typically on a build, once you actually get on the ground and before the house is demoed, the site super would go around to a couple houses and hand out his card and let folks know that work is starting.
What is your typical range for when your site soup is connecting with neighbors? Is it just the direct properties or is it sort of on the block?
It would probably be about 4 or 5 houses down.
Okay. Do you have any information that you can share around just the intention for a unit mix? Is there going to be, again, recognizing we're a little early for you to have clear answers on this, but like family-friendly units, like multi-bedroom units?
So our initial plan had 6 2-bedroom units and 2 3-bedroom units in it.
6 2-bedroom.
And 2 3-bedroom units in it.
Okay. Okay. That is helpful. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I just wanted to come back a little bit to getting a better sense of sort of your engagement process with neighbors. Appreciate what I just heard is that maybe there's one particular instance with a tenant, and we don't need to get into that. But I guess I am curious about how you sort of interact with neighbors, not just during construction, but beforehand, because I'm hearing that has been raised as a concern, and unfortunately, and I don't want to rehash a year ago's public hearing, but this isn't the first time we've had concerns raised about that. So I guess I wouldn't mind just getting a better sense of what's your approach to trying to help address concerns that neighbors have and engaging with them and being proactive.
Can you be a bit more specific in terms of what exactly, like engaging in what way?
I guess I turn it over to you. Is that in terms of you've owned the property, we've heard from the tenant that they feel like there maybe hasn't been a lot of reciprocation in their desire to engage hasn't been reciprocated, and so I just wanted to get a sense from how you would try to normally approach that, because there's a difference between the construction piece and then when you just have a property, and so I'm trying to get a sense of how we can make sure that their concerns are being better addressed.
So in this specific case, this house has had a tenant in it for the last, pretty much for the last 10 years. So typically, when a house is rented out, when we don't have an immediate plan to develop or whatnot, we're there to address issues. Otherwise we don't actively engage with the neighbors on a timely basis. So I think last year you were referring to a house that was vacant that had a bit had some other issues around the vacant nature of the house.
Yeah.
But yeah, on this specific house, it's had tenants in it for the most part for the last 9 or 10 years or so.
So do you have any type of like proactive communication, setting aside with folks that live nearby properties that you own, where you're checking in, making sure they know they can get in touch with you, seeing how they're feeling about what's going on?
When we initially purchased property, we usually drop a letter in the mailbox, letting folks know that we purchased it, what our plans are, and then it usually has our office contact information if folks have issues. So that's something that we typically do, so that if there are issues, then folks are able to get a hold of folks.
Yeah. I guess I'm trying not to go too far down a path, because I'm keeping a close eye on, as I always do today with our legal counsel, and I'm asking questions. But I heard in our submissions today from those in opposition that I think they're looking for a little bit more than just somebody they can speak with only if there's a problem. And I'm wondering if that's something that you want to. That if you've thought about that, if you're trying to figure out how to best make sure you're not just waiting for a problem to happen, but instead working to build a sort of ongoing and positive relationship with folks that live around the properties near you.
Yeah, I think we do what we can in terms of making sure that there's open lines of communication. If we see a problem coming up, we try getting ahead of it ourselves as well. So, yeah, my feedback on that will be, many folks will know that the communities that I don't live in that area, so obviously I'm not there on a regular basis, but our site supers, especially when we're active on a site, are making sure that they're checking in with folks to see if they've noticed anything or whatnot. And I guess that's good feedback to have, that maybe not only during construction, but maybe previously we can do some more regular touch points with the neighborhood.
I appreciate that. Yeah, hearing that from the folks in opposition, I'd flag that. So I'll probably, I think I've gone as far down as the path I can go on that front, but appreciate your time on that. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions, colleagues, on new information? Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing.
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of item 3.6.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to vote for this, but I do want to add my flag of caution to what I'm hearing today. And that is that the public does have a limited amount of goodwill and patience. And anyone who wants to add to this city is more than welcome, but understanding that they're our neighbors and we value keeping good relationships with our neighbors. Failure to do so is absolutely noticed. And so I will just leave it at that. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to thank the speakers for coming out today and sharing their perspectives and voicing their concerns. I think, yeah, they brought up a number of really reasonable concerns, and I think reasonable perspectives. I heard a recognition that, of course, our city is continuing to change and evolve, and in a location like this that is close to transit, close to a variety of amenities, located right on Connors Road, we would expect to see some development and evolution. At the same time, I think it is absolutely fair to expect that when development is happening in our community, it's done safely and responsibly, and that there's accountability. if things go wrong. And I appreciate administration underscoring and reiterating some of the ongoing work that this council has advanced around the project implementation plan and the construction accountability program, PIP and CAP for short, which are taking effect very shortly and will apply to these types of projects going forward. I think that is a necessary part of the conversation that this city is having around infill and development. As we continue to grow, as we continue to see more development happening in existing mature communities, we need to know that it's happening in a way that is respectful of properties and people who already live there. I think that PIP and CAP will provide more rigor and greater accountability, knowing that there will be a notification process and site observations included as part of those programs, does provide me with some additional reassurance that this is the right thing to do and the right way to move forward. To help mitigate any sort of potential damage or concerns when we're developing in our communities. So that is one thing I wanted to underscore. I also really want to reflect on and reiterate some of the questions and comments from my colleagues around the importance of proactive communications when these types of projects are happening in our neighborhoods. It sounds like there is a willingness on our speaker's part and the community members' part around this site to talk to Situate, to talk to the owner of this property, to gain a greater understanding of what the intentions are, and to have a relationship not only when something goes wrong or if an issue occurs, but to start building that relationship now. So I would strongly encourage the applicant to follow through on that. That is critically important. Now I'm just going to zoom out a little bit from a land use perspective. I think this is a really good location for this kind of development. Again, it is incredibly close, I think 220 meters from an LRT stop. It is close to excellent amenities. It is aligned with the district plan and city plan. And I think it offers an opportunity for true transit-oriented development where people will be able to live a fairly walkable, transit-oriented lifestyle. And I think it offers an opportunity for people who might not be able to make their way into a single-family home, into this wonderful community, to still be able to live there, and really opens up those opportunities. So, yeah, with all of that being said, I will be supporting this, but again, with those strong caveats that there needs to be additional communication and proactive communications around the development happening in this area. So yeah, I will leave it there, but I appreciate the conversation today, and yeah, look forward to hearing what my colleague has to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Well, it's not going to be very different in terms of the comments, but I wanted to come on and share a few thoughts, even though I think the previous speaker said it far more eloquently than I can. So a few thoughts on this. First, again, I appreciate that today is, and every day and every decision, it's not about who the developer is, it's about the land use before us. And I think for all of the reasons that Councillor Salvador had identified, this is an appropriate land use in a location that makes a lot of sense. And I don't mean to gloss over some of that one question I asked earlier, but again, this type of built form has been common on arterial roads for decades upon decades. So I don't think it's seen as abnormal at all. In this case, I actually think this is a very common land use. We have many buildings, including the community I live in, that are of this scale that were built in the 1970s. And so it's common to see this type of built form, and I think that is appropriate. And I actually think, considering the proximity to a much larger tower directly to the east, I think this serves as a really good transition too. I think that's an appropriate piece. So from a land use piece, I think it's really good, a good place to build this. So why I'll support this is for that reason. I do just feel like I want to add to the same sort of caution and flag that I really think, you know, broadly speaking, the development community needs to realize that this is a partnership, that everyone has a responsibility in this work as we work to build for a city of 2 million people. And I think everyone needs to be aware of the need to be more proactive in their communication when they're working to build within mature neighborhoods where there have been long-term residents. There are some really great examples of folks that do that work each and every day, who have regular, long-standing, proactive relationships, and I think there's others that we need to keep working on that. And because when that isn't happening, then you have what we have today, which is folks who are coming today who are not necessarily opposing the land use before us, which is our decision point, but are worried about very valid things, as being a neighbor of a older property next to something that could get redeveloped. And so they have valid concerns and real fears about what that means for them. And so I think it is very important that everyone in the development community understands that they need to respect that. They really need to go out of their way, everyone who's doing development in the city, for every one of these applications that we talked about, that they need to be working with community members well in advance, not just when there are problems. Because without that, it creates situations like we're facing today. And it created situations, and this is where I want to give the ward councillor just immense credit. I mean, you think about the work that's happened the last 3 years about PIP and about these programs to address folks who haven't been living up to the standards that I think we seek as a city. It's Councillor Salvador who has championed this since the very first day she's been on this council, of working to address things like the community property safety team and making sure that derelict properties being dealt with more appropriately and more safely, and helping to build more vibrant communities. It's Councillor Salvador who's helped really champion a lot of this work, and the great work of our administration to help to match her desire through those motions to create great programs that I think are really going to help benefit residents who lives in these communities. So, you know, I appreciate our speakers in opposition, and I just want them to know in particular that your councillor has been one of the most, well, no, the most vocal champion on this council of making sure we are holding builders accountable, holding developers accountable, holding everyone accountable to building a better city. So I can't think of anyone better for that. So I just wanted to make sure we shared that. So I'll support this application, and thanks, Mayor Sophie.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford, to close? No? Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.6.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20986.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. You have a subsequent? Oh, okay. Good. Councillor Rutherford. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I didn't do my subsequent right after the item 3.3 or 3.4, just recognizing there were speakers on other items. So I would just like to move, I'm just pulling it up here, as a subsequent, that administration review the traffic impacts of the proposed development on Sir Arthur Currie Way, implement any appropriate traffic safety measures, and provide a memo to council summarizing the outcome, including any parking considerations.
I'll second that. Can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, so again, I think I'm just going to say, I hope I have council support. This is pretty innocuous at the end of the day. While I think that I didn't support the general zone. Haven't mentioned anything in the subsequent about the hotel. I understand about the designation and where that's at, and I believe in the applicant's intention to actually designate that, and I think we are going to see that site saved. But traffic safety is one that even administration didn't give me comfort, quite frankly, at this stage in what they would consider in that. And I want to follow, as the ward councillor or whomever the ward councillor is when this is developed, I want them to be able to follow that through and be able to communicate that back with their residents about what was considered and what wasn't and why. And that's what this would do. And the parking, again, while there's no minimum parking requirements, I think talking about, and again, being able to articulate to residents what parking considerations were made, what was discussed around that, is important communication tool for me as the representative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other subsequent motions? No. Any notes of motions or motion without customary notice? No, we are adjourned.